Let's have a look. Hopefully we're back. Hello, everyone. And yes, this is how we started our Friday. We started with a bang, and I don't know what happened there. It took me a few moments to realize that I was really actually off. I know, Michelle. And yes, hopefully, I didn't even notice. I was just talking to myself and realized, hello, everyone. Welcome back. And those of you who have gone through this with me before, you know, I will start a new stream right after, unless we get kicked out again, which happened the other day as well. So I don't know what the issue is with today. I wasn't aware there was any sort of issues, but then again, internet being internet, you know, hopefully best today, and fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So yes, so I'm stitching sleep time today, okay, and I was just about to describe to you what my plans are today with this piece. And hopefully we stay online. If not, you know, let's see how it goes. And so with this piece, and this is 25 counts. Oh, Brittany has tried to sound the alarm. I didn't even notice. And I just turn around and go, there's one person. The live stream. I was saying, where's everybody? Okay, yes, I can see your comment from the last stream. You say it's buffering. I don't know. It says excellent right now. So who knows? Let's hope it was just one of some sort of, you know, a strange disconnection there. Yes, I am getting a little bit of sort of strange warning there. Let's see how it goes. Let's hope for the best, okay? Let's pray. The internet is on our side. And so cherish the moment that we're here, okay? We don't know how long it's going to last. So so this piece is 25 counts. 25 counts I'm stitching, and 1/1 with DMC that I'm stitching. So the colors are really, really pretty. And today I am going to focus a little bit more on the squirrel here, because the last session, if you remember, I was trying to fill in the night sky a little bit because I was feeling guilty that I literally just travel from the tree on the right side there straight to squirrel, because I couldn't wait. And also I was stitching a lot of dark colors. I was just hoping, you know, I was looking forward to stitch some browns. So today I'm going to come back to the squirrel and work on it a little bit more, okay? And welcome back, everyone. We've got Brittany's back, of course, and Tracy and Michelle. Alec is here as well, and Love Drunk. And who else have we got? Betty Hankins. And Betty says it was weird. I could see but couldn't chat. But now you can, right? I think the stream was quite weird. And to be honest, now I'm getting, it's not unusual. Sometimes the software will give you kind of slight warning, but because, you know, internet is not always super stable at all times. But most of the times we don't get kicked out. So let's see how it goes today. And Mandy Moran is also here, and Cindy is back, finding our way back. And Amanda, hello, hello, and Raja, great to see you. Happy Friday. And Alyssa is waving to the chat as well. And let's have a look. Because I was clearing my throat because my throat was playing up. And so when I, you know, look back on the screen, I didn't even notice that we got kicked out. So anyway, let's start a spot of stitching. Okay, let's just enjoy the moment together. Hopefully it's going to last a little bit. So yes, there are two stitches here. For whatever reason, I have not stitched. I'm going to fill these two stitches up first, and then I'm going to come back down here and start a little bit of squirrel stitching. Okay, so let's have a look. I don't know why I have not stitched those two. I think they're ninja stitches. That's probably why. Okay, 796, 796. And 796 is a dark blue. And I think I will feel a lot better when I stitch these two ninja stitches. And let me know what you're stitching today on this beautiful Friday. And this one, I'll probably actually end the stitch. I don't want to carry my thread all the way. Oh, this is a different color anyway, so it's one off stitch, one off stitch. Okay, let me take care of that. And Betty says, of course, it would be me on the one chart I love most. Okay, 796. 796. 796. Beautiful. Lucy's back as well. Well done. And Lucy says, hello, Yogi and Chad. I have everything I need to start my first coverage. So excited. And start the kitty. Start the kitty stitch. Which pattern are you stitching for your 14 count? And so that one is done. And then we have one more lone stitch I want to take care of. This one's 939. 939. It's also a blue. And I'll probably cut off these end bits as well because I was doing waist ending last time. So I'm going to just clear them off, doing a little bit of weeding. 939. It's a dark blue. Elisa says, Yogi Ninja. I know. It's so weird. Sometimes when you have an area, it's almost fully stitched, but there's just one or two. So it's just looking at you and go, when are you going to stitch me? Yes, Ninja Yogi. You know, there's a yoga pose I called Ninja. I don't know whether it's an official name, but there's a position called Ninja Chaturanga. So Chaturanga is a sequence. If you have done yoga, you probably know that that you go to you come forward to plank, and then you low plank, which is quite demanding for the arms, and then you do an up dog and down dog. A ninja, what would be the full name? Because normally I just call it, oh yes, Ninja Chaturanga is when you thread one leg, let's say right leg first. You thread right leg under the left arm. Makes sense? You come forward to plank, you thread the right leg under the left arm, and then you press down Chaturanga. It's really, really cool. I think students really love it because they feel like, you know, feel like a ninja, really. I love that pose. Here we go. So I've done this one, and with this thread, there are quite a few stitches over this side. I might as well just go ahead and do those. So I'm doing mostly cross country. Not mostly, completely cross country. And I try to park a little bit up here. It's always an experiment to see, you know, to change the stitching method to see how it flows. So I think I was parking maybe the last session, I can't remember, but this session is going to be no parking. It's going to be cross country, parking free. Lucy says, I got from Etsy. It's a three kitty. Oh, of course. Yes, I remember now. Yes, there's three kitties peeking through the door. Of course. Yes, that is going to be such a fun stitch. Yes, I remember you posted the mock-up. That's a fun stitch for sure. Wonderful. And are you starting now? I'm so excited for you. Travis, hello. Travis says good afternoon. Good afternoon. And hope you're well. So yesterday it was actually quite a lot of confetti. So today this is quite a relief. Just look at my chart there. It's like a whole patch of 939. I'm going to do these ones first to warm up the little hands, and hopefully we don't get kicked out. Lona, hello. Welcome back. Yes, very often if we get kicked out, just look for another stream. I normally try a couple of times before I give up because sometimes the internet is so unstable. You know, nothing works. But hopefully it's one-off today. I mean, yesterday I was stitching 22 counts, and in theory, it's not that different from 25. It's a tiny bit of difference, but you can feel the difference, probably because the fabric I was stitching, it was slightly different. It was hard anger, 22 counts. Hi, Alyssa. And so Lucy's not starting today. Oh, so Lucy's not home yet, but she will start tomorrow. How exciting. Would love to see your progress. And it's a Saturday, but we we have people maybe out and about, or maybe working on Saturday as well. Some people have to work on Saturday like me. Not Saturday, Friday. Friday is still work day, of course. Yes. I kept thinking it was Saturday. It's a lost track of the days. Let me mark these ones here. And hello, Ace. Ace says, hi, Yogi. Just wanted to say hi. Going to bed as I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Yes, thank you for saying hello to the chat and me, and have a restful sleep and enjoy your work tomorrow. Great to see you. Peggy says, yes, you can't just give up after one time. I know, I always try again. But normally, if I start a new stream and we get kicked out again, that's normally a sign that it's not a one-off situation. There's something going on with the broadband. A lot of times with my connection, I can't remember the last time that it just goes off. Normally, it's just not very stable. And if you're not streaming, you probably wouldn't even notice because, normally you have cached reserve for a few seconds, a few minutes. But for streaming, if you're just off, disconnect for 1 second, you're off. Oh, this is a nice warm-up. and let me know what you're working on today. Sola, welcome back. Lucy, yes, it's my pleasure. It's always exciting. Lucy says, thank you, Yogi, appreciate all your engagement. Because I remember, you know, it was actually not that long ago. It was during COVID that I came across the world of full coverage. So I remember the kind of, amazement, and I was mesmerized by the whole scene. And I was so shocked to find that everybody had been, stitching this type of this type of patterns. And also, I wasn't aware that you can just buy a pattern and kit up the whole thing yourself. It wasn't, it wasn't the thing for me. So I remember how excited I was. And day-to-day stitching, this type of project, I'm still excited because every time when you look at a web like this, and you're just excited to put in more stitches and to build up this beautiful picture right in front of you, one stitch at a time. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing to do, stitching. And let me do these ones here. 1, 2. So every time I come across new stitches, new for the full coverage or new to cross stitch, I just feel so excited for them as well. Lona says, I'm working on Hade. NASA, new start. NASA, as in NASA. Right. Is it like sci-fi based? The Whirlpool Galaxy for my brother. Wow. I can imagine. I have not seen, I don't know what the markup looks like. Let me guess. Probably dark blue, a lot of dark blue, and some, starry bits. I'm just guessing. Yes. So a lot of galaxy stitching. And how nice you did that you were stitching for your brother. I thought you were working on a piece for, I think for your brother as well. Have I got it mixed up? I think it was Lona working on a piece for some sort of anniversary. No pressure, A says, I'll be joining you guys stitching tomorrow. I've been watching the tutorial for the Gemma's method and want to try it. Oh, how nice. Yes, I love Gemma's method. Love Gemma's method. And I think it was probably the second parking method I learned. The first one was block by block parking, and then I discovered Gemma. Wonderful. Let me see if I can get away with the last 3 stitches. And Gemma is probably way ahead with that new piece she started not very long ago, actually. It's like a picture of a deer. She's so consistent, she's consistent with the sort of video releases. I think she releases maybe twice a week or something like that. And she's been doing for years and years. And she never changes her stitching method other than, evolution of her own method. And she's just methodical. And she's not swayed by trend. I don't see her rushing to, stitch anything that sort of new patterns. She just picked the ones she likes. and just stick with it. I can't do that. I have to change around. Hello, Grace. Great to see you. Good evening, good afternoon, maybe good morning. And Lona, yes, I'm not surprised. Lona says it's 147,000 black stitches. I bet it's the universe, isn't it? It's galaxy. It's so dark. It's probably very similar to this, and with some stars or planets or something like that, I'm guessing. All right, so I finished that blue strand, and now moving on to the squirrel zone. So I want to take care of these sort of pink elephants in the room here. So there's some, all of these stitches that you see connecting the background and the squirrels, all these are different colors. So I'm going to dip in and out and maybe do a couple of them at a time so I don't get overwhelmed. But all these are ninja stitches. Okay, I'm going to just pick one and start from there. So for some reason, there's just one stitch missing of 939, 939. You know, sometimes when you have like tons of ninja stitches, you just pretend you don't see them and just move on to other stitches. And eventually they're kind of staring at you and go, hey, I'm here. Lona says, I'm working on several pieces for my brother. No anniversaries here. So no deadline as such. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. And it's nice to be able to work on something that, you know, you're not under any pressure, but you're dedicating it to somebody. That's very nice. Because if you're stitching for an anniversary or for an event, that's quite a lot of pressure, isn't it? Because this type of project, you really can't rush. It just doesn't work like that. Okay, let me just end this one. Ninja. No problem. And today is a lot cooler in London. Today I actually had to put on sort of extra layer. But I don't know, because the other day I watched the news. Well, not news, but it just came through the social media. Apparently there's another heat wave waiting for us. I don't know, who knows? It might change its mind and you know, no heat wave in September, but apparently there's another one in September. So 939, 939. But I'm going to enjoy the cooler weather as we have it now. And not a lot of rain just yet. A tiny bit of shower overnight, but no meaningful rainfall just yet. I'm going to pick this one here. 3834. 3834. So Lucy, are you a paper girl? Are you going to work from the paper chart, or are you going to use an app? 3834. So Lucy has a Samsung. So Samsung is Android. I think Pattern Keeper would be more than sufficient. I think Saga is probably a little bit fiddly if you're brand new. Yes, Pattern Keeper, Elisa is saying the same thing. Pattern Keeper is quite intuitive to use. I know there's 3 tabs. You have to, you know, kind of get used to that. But there are shortcuts that you can set up as well. So, you know, I have not used it for a long time, but I was, you know, quite happy with it. No problem. Oh, it's looking better already. Taking care of these loose stitches. And Colleen says, my current project I'm working on is 127 black stitches left. Well, join the Lona Club then. Yes, black stitches. Probably a lot of sweet end and blues. A little bit like this bit. I mean, this piece, you know, proportionally, the blue sky isn't that, you know, dominant. But, you know, because it's supersized, there are a lot of, you know, dark stitches. 3A34, 3A34. This one is actually purple, just single stitch right here. 3A34. Next one, let me do one more ninja stitch. One more here. 934, 934. Yes, I think Pattern Keeper is a lot simpler to use. And it does most things you need, you know. Let me see what's going on here. Whoops. Yes, Lucy, good for Pattern Keeper. And if you have any questions on how to use it, you can always ask the group and the chat. Everybody's very helpful. And make sure you import the chart properly. Once you imported the chart, look up the total number of stitches. If you do the math, oh, Brittany, 934. Spooky bingo. Well done. The first spooky bingo of the night. Wonderful. Round of applause for Brittany. Yes, Lucy, make sure you you look up the total number of stitches to make sure that you have not selected, you know, the wrong options. For instance, heaven and earth, well, it depends on the pattern. Some patterns, they don't have overlaps, but I find the recent ones I bought in the last, you know, 6 months or a year, they seem to have that 3-row overlap. With this one as well, I remember. 934. But not all the charts have that page overlap. I don't know. Maybe all of them do. I can't remember. So just make sure that it comes out correct. Elisa says Saga is good, but you need some extra software for it. I think Pattern Keeper would be the best for you. Yes, because when it comes to Saga, unless you have a Saga file already, you have to do the conversion. So I think it's just unnecessary at this point. You know, you want to just dive in and start stitching. rather than trying to learn like a new piece of technology, you know. Okay then. So squirrel time, squirrel time. Oh yes, I am going to come back here and fill in these loose stitches throughout, but I am going to dive in and start to build stitches around here and occasionally come back to fill in those empty ones still. Oh, in fact, there is one color I can pick. All right, so this color is going to cover most of the loose stitches here. 300. 300. Oh, I miss my squirrel. You know, I've got my local squirrels coming to visit me every day, but there's a boss, a captain squirrel, okay, not a stitcher, but I've got one of the squirrels. I think it's a he, I don't know, but he's the team lead, I think, because he's most fearless and he would shake hands with me. He will let me touch him, you know, and he will come over and eat food off my hands. And I didn't see him for a little while because for a while, for the last few weeks, it had been two different squirrels with long nose, because I recognize them through the shape of their noses. Both of them have kind of pointy nose, which is handy because I find them, they all look identical. So I have difficulty kind of telling them apart. So having some sort of, you know, characteristic with their body or their faces is really helpful. So there are two sort of pointy nose squirrels that have been coming to me recently. And I had not seen my boss squirrel for, maybe for a few weeks. I was really worried, actually. I was quite worried because you don't know what happened to them. And lo and behold, yesterday, he came back. Oh, I was so happy because he would come, you know, I'm sitting here in this room and there's a window, big window right in front of me. And if I'm in a room during the day, the little squirrel will come, the captain will come to my window and knock on my window, literally, and go, hey, where's the food? You know, I need my nuts. And so it's kind of our drill. If he comes over to knock on the window and we go to the kitchen and I open a window for him to come in and give him nuts. So it's our thing. We've been doing it for quite a while. So I'm really, really happy. He's looking really well. He's looking really well. No problem. Maybe lost a little bit of weight. I don't know whether it's just the summer. You know, sometimes I don't know what he's been doing. Maybe playing with the ladies. I don't know. So those two are here. So it's quite a relief. He's back. Hey, Sarah. How are you? I hope you're well and everything's going well with you. 1, 2. So Sarah's been a little bit busy recently. We don't see you as often. But great to have you today. Are you stitching today? And Donna Carter says, late to the party. Hello to all. Well, not that late. You know, we had a false start and we had to start a new stream. So welcome. And right on time. Right on time. And Donna says, Donna's working on Christmas house too. Why watching today? Oh, how nice. Yes. I have not worked on that piece since our Christmas in July, but I will. Yes, it's quite a whimsical and fun piece, isn't it? I mean, out of the 4 houses, there are 4 in this, the same theme. Christmas house 1, 2, 3. I think there are 3 or maybe 4. 2 is the best for me, and I think a lot of you probably agree. Let me see if I can do a yogi move over here. And Cozy Stitching with Lanny says, hi everyone, hope you're doing well. Great to have you. Welcome. Are you stitching right now? So all these stitches I can fill in. And it's going to look so much better. And I can't wait to stitch the little squirrel's face. I'll see if I can cheat my way there. Lynn, hello, Lynn, darling. Have you finished? Have you just finished watching Komari? That's why you have time to come and see Yogi. Have you done a Komari watching? And hello to Cynthia. She says, "And great to see you." 4 hands, Lynn. That is just greedy. I think two are sufficient. Okay. Or maybe 2 extra ones. They're from Molly. Molly the horse. I hope Molly is doing well. The weather is cooling down a little bit. Sarah says, I'm very tired. Yes, I think moving to a new location is quite tiring, isn't it? So, but exciting at the same time. All right, so there are 4 more stitches I can do, but I'm not going to do that. I will come back to do them. Oh, actually, why don't I do them? Because they're the final 4 in this area from the look of it. But I'm going to end my thread here. So normally I don't carry my thread under stitch areas more than maybe 3-4 stitches. I've been trying, to kind of relax a little bit more, but I can't really go beyond 4 stitches. I just start to have panic attack. I don't like floating stitches underneath. So let me there are 4 more stitches here. So no stitching today for Sarah. Just take it easy and, join the chat if you can. And Grace says, Yogi, did you see the squirrel video I posted on what American squirrels can do? When did you post it, Grace? They perform. Oh, yes, I have. You know what? I did see, I didn't realize it was you. I know somebody posted that squirrel. That's a big boy, if you know what I mean. Yes, it's a slightly different kind of squirrel. It looks like red squirrel or something. It looks a little bit more sort of orange in terms of the fur color. But yes, that squirrel, is it normal for a squirrel to eat like that? Basically, that squirrel, I think the squirrel was stealing food from the bird feeder, right? And he's got 2 feet just clamped on the edge of the feeder, and then just flip over upside down like a bat, like a fruit bat, and eating food like that. And he's a very, very big boy. Really strong from the look of it. That was quite a sight. Grace. Yes, I was laughing when I saw that one. My local squirrels are not that butch, okay? My local squirrels, they're gray squirrels, and they're quite a lot smaller, I think. The one Grace on Grace's video looks huge. It looks like a big squirrel. Okay, just these 4 I've done. And I am going to end my thread here. Here we go, 300. And it's just quite nice, living in London. It's so urban. And, you know, but we're surrounded by all sorts of creatures. When I look out the window, there are birds, all sorts of birds, and some of them actually regularly. I normally put a bowl of water outside, and Dolly likes to drink water from the outside. So on inside, she's got a water bowl as well. But I always put one outside because it can be shared by squirrels, some birds. They will fly into the water bowl to take a bath, and also, you know, all sorts of creatures, if they need water, they know what to do. And little squirrels regularly go to the water bowl and drink water. I love it when I see that. Okay, 435, 435, 435. Lynn says, love you, Yogi. There are too many hands, Lynn. Like, are you borrowing from Molly and Midnight as well? Plus, you know, the feet of your husband as well. Yes. All right then. Yeah, love you too, Lynn. Whatever. I think you love Kumari better, okay? I know it. I'm number two, okay? I'm number two. It's okay. It's okay. I can live with that. 3, 4, 5. So 3, 4, 5. I am gonna just fill in these 2 stitches. So I'm feeling a lot better. And I can fill in all the loose stitches. Brittany says, speaking of squirrels, where have squirrels and turtle been? Oh, Captain Squirrels. She's been a little bit mysterious recently. I have seen her. She has come into the chat from time to time, not very often, and but a while ago, I don't know. I think she'd gone back to stitching again because she was off stitching for a little bit, so she was probably doing other things. But she came back recently and started stitching, and I think she got burned off just by trying to be too goal orientated. And I remember last time she said she was going to relax a little bit more and not to be, you know, not to feel under pressure to do any number of stitches. And that's absolutely the way to enjoy stitching, right? And this type of stitching, you can rush as much as you want. Hey, Dolly just came in. And you can rush and try to stitch faster as much as you want. I think the more you start to try to race through stitches, the slower you get, because you're going to make mistakes and you're not going to enjoy it. I mean, ultimately, it's the quality of the experience. You know, the rest is just one stitch at a time. You know, it doesn't matter how fast or how slow you are. If you're as slow as Yogi, or maybe you're as fast as Alien Komari, okay, Lynn's favorite, and you're still doing one stitch at a time, and it's about whether you're enjoying it at the end of the day. If you're not, you know, if you feel like, oh my God, I have to do, you know, do a certain percentage, how many stitches a day. If you love it, great, but you know, I think eventually a lot of stitches, they get burnt out because we don't like pressure. We have enough of that. We don't need it from stitching. 435, 435. I think for me, stitching is one thing that I do not need to be disciplined. Absolutely not. I just stitch what I want, however I want. All right then. Now, I am going to pick one of the colors and start to build more stitches from the edges. Very excited. So I am going to go for A01. A01. And turtle, yes, I have seen heather a couple of times recently, but both of them are being slightly elusive, mysterious. But they're around, they're around. Lucy says, I love the squirrels too, Yogi. Most people have special feeders to keep the poor little squirrels out. Oh, really? Oh, for feeders as in for birds? But that's not fair. You know, people are very happy to feed birds, but but little squirrels, they have to go and steal bird food. Why? You know, that's why my local squirrels, they've got a big bowl of nuts for themselves. Their favorite are almonds and macadamia nuts. They love peanuts as well. They love most things, most nuts, and some seeds as well. But I think they prefer nuts. Lynn says, Yogi, I'm sorry, I can't send you a letters. Same situation as you, out of stock. Lynn, you know, today I went to Marks and Spencer. They had letters, not that, you know, not fully packed. The stock was a little bit low, I could tell, but I finally got 2 bags of letters, iceberg letters. I was so happy. You know, I've been complaining to Mr. Yogi for the last few days because letters, particularly when the weather is so hot, I don't have appetite. So letters is one of my favorite things to eat in the summer. And recently has been sort of a shortage, maybe due to the kind of drought we have. You know, not a lot of rain, so a lot of veggies probably got affected as well. But today, oh, I was so happy. I came home with 2 bags of iceberg lettuce. It's lovely. So Lynn is lettuceless. My condolences to you. Oh, it's nice to do cross country after a lot of parking recently. Brittany says, that makes sense. I keep no rules for that reason. Yes, I think day to day, it's like food, you know, we don't need discipline, like, you know, have a weekly menu and stick with the menu. You just eat whatever you like to eat that day, at that moment. And stitching for me, it's a little bit like that. I have no plans. I just stitch what I want and enjoy the experience, you know, and gradually, the progress will take care of itself. I don't need to worry about it. I just need to enjoy it and keep stitching. That's it. Catherine Ryan says, I got bird feeders to bring squirrels. Oh, right. That's a cunning plan. And took like 6 years to get squirrels. So depends on where you are. So is it normal to have your local squirrels? And yes, they're everywhere, aren't they? And 6 years. Well, it's quite weird because I've been living in this flat for quite a few years. And to be honest, the squirrels, I've only come across maybe, I'm trying to think. Yes, it was after, I think, you know, I like to believe it was one of my cats, Frankie. He introduced the local squirrels to me because the day before he passed away, which was, I'm trying to think, it was during COVID as well, maybe just a little bit before. And no, it was after. It was definitely after. And he jumped on the kitchen counter, which he never ever did before, and just looked out a window from the kitchen. And it's quite weird because this was the day before he passed away. He was very weak and he wasn't well at all. So he actually managed to jump on top of the kitchen counter and just looking out through the kitchen window. And I thought it was so weird. And then the next day, he passed away. Okay, he had cancer. And within days, the little squirrels started to appear outside my window. And for whatever reason, I never thought about giving food to squirrels, because occasionally I saw them outside, but I never thought anything of it. And for some reason, I just decided to give them some nuts. I just put nuts, open a window and just put some nuts in the bowl. And I had no idea whether any of them would come near and try to eat the nuts. And they did, and started from there. And they started to come every day. And they've been my friend ever since. The little, because they all look the same. So sometimes I don't know they're the same squirrels or not. I can tell by the way they act. But just by the appearance, it's a little bit confusing because they all look identical. So I believe it was Frankie that brought my local squirrels to me. Tried to make me happy, I think. And Lucy says, yes, little Mr. Squirrel needs love too. I'm going to buy some more peanuts and give them cookies. Lovely. And stick with nuts, Lucy, I think is big. Because the cookies, sometimes they're sort of too much sugar and everything. And they love cookies, they love crackers. But maybe stick with nuts and seeds and maybe some fruits if they're willing to eat fruits. My local squirrels, they refuse to eat fruits and veggies. Not interested. They just want nuts. They're lovely. They're really lovely. And they bond with people. They definitely bond with me. Brittany says that as a kid, my grandparents used to take me to the cemetery with a bag of peanuts in the shell and to feed the squirrels. Very fun memory for me. That's lovely. That's lovely. There are a lot of squirrels in Hyde Park and people feed, but people tend to feed them like sandwiches, leftover sandwiches and everything, which is probably not the best food for them. But they're fearless. They will come to you and get food from you. Sola says, I hand-fed a squirrel one day and held an almond while I sat very still under the tree, and my mind began to wander when I looked down. There he was with a black hand reaching for the nut. So cute, yes. I think, particularly if the squirrels live around people quite a lot, they're actually quite fearless. They learn that people they're friendly, most of them, and they can offer them food. So they're very clever, really, really clever. So my boss squirrel, he knows how to open a window. He would try to pry the window open and try to help me. If I reach out and start open a window, he will reach, his little hands and try to push the window as well. And also, he knows how to open the Tupperware where I keep the nuts in as well. He's so clever. Betty says we feed the squirrels corn. Oh, I haven't tried that for my local squirrels. like in like cooked or uncooked, like raw sweet corn. Catherine says, I have a troop of doves, blackbirds, cardinals. How lovely. Christmas birds, and a bunch of little birds also. You know, my local area, it's hard to believe in London, and even just my tiny little back patio there are all sorts of birds. I've seen all sorts. I've seen big birds, and I've seen I don't see pigeons here. No, they don't come in to the garden. But I see little black and white birds. Maybe magpie. I asked the chat before because I have no idea about the birds, you know, different breeds, etc. But there's some black and white, like dolly, you know, like tuxedo birds, and there's some tiny ones. They're so cute. And there's sometimes just, you know, stop by and just have a little rest. It's so wonderful because, you know, in London, you just sometimes you just don't notice. There's so many, you know, so much nature actually in the surrounding area just by looking out the window. And there are, you know, all sorts of activities going on there. And we have foxes as well. They don't come out during the day, but at night sometimes you see them just, you know, trying to find food in the neighborhood area. Sola says, I love my basil plants. Really? Squirrels? I don't know what a basil plants. You mean like basil, the herb? And they love basil, do they? I try to give my local squirrels some berries as well because, you know, they refuse. They turn down my cucumbers, okay? And that hurt my feelings. But I tried berries because I thought berries sounds, you know, sounds great. And they kind of not that interested. They just love nuts. They love nuts. They're so smart. And the next one I'm going to go for is 902. 902 is beautiful burgundy. 902. Let me take a sip of my coffee. My throat is better. Normally it takes a bit of warming up, and then it's kind of fine. Got my coffee here. 902. 902. It is a burgundy. Betty says, when our cardinal visit, I think of visiting as my dad. Oh, wow. And we'll chat for a few minutes and he tells me bye. I love it, Betty. You know, that's what people, I believe that as well. I think our loved ones sometimes come back as little creatures. Sometimes butterflies, sometimes, you know, birds or frogs. I've heard of that as well. And very similar stories being told all over the world. Basically, loved ones, they come back and you kind of just know that's them. And it's hard to explain, yes. And I believe it was your dad, absolutely. I have no doubt. You know, the world is mysterious. There's so much unknown. And, you know, sometimes we get a small peek into the mystery of maybe different dimensions. Who knows? And I hope they're happy as they moved on to another world. And Betty says the squirrels like the blue corn. The most here. Oh, I don't know what a blue corn looks like. So raw corn, is it? Not cooked. The blue ones, interesting. I don't think I've seen those before. Is this slightly sort of darker or something? I don't know. I don't eat corn very often. Tracy says I used to hand feed a chipmunk and trained her to get food out of my hand and even climb on top of my lap for peanuts. She was so cute. Wow, chipmunks are so cute as well. I've only seen cartoon chipmunk. I've never seen a real one. I bet it's super cute. But you know, the bonding we have, even just, you know, handing over food with a wild creature, you know, you don't know where they come from, but they come to you and interact with you. It's so beautiful. And I feel so lucky, so privileged when they kind of, you know, allow me to be part of their life in some way. And Betty says one of the hummingbirds that came back yearly loves hubby, and he lands on his hand and drinks the water we make for them. Makes me jealous. So how do you recognize? How do you know it's the same bird? Because a lot of them, they probably look very similar. I mean, with my squirrels, some of them I can tell. Some of them got big nose, for instance. I can kind of tell them apart a little bit. But the other ones, like my my captain squirrel, my boss squirrels, I have to observe. I have to watch what he does to recognize him, because he just looks like like a regular gray squirrel. I think, you know, he's probably gonna be really mad at me saying that. He probably thinks it's quite special. But literally, I can't tell them apart. You know, very similar build and the same look. All right, one over here. Cross country is quite relaxing to do. I think if you pick the right method for the day, it's relaxing to do. I think if you pick the wrong one, sometimes it can happen. It just doesn't flow. You know, kind of fights back. Betty says, even if not true, Yogi, it makes me feel better. Well, if you believe it's, you know, it's true, it is. Absolutely. I have no doubt. It was your dad. Elisa says the first time I saw a baby hummingbird, a hummingbird. That was my mom's house. She just loved the birds. Are they really tiny ones, and they just flap their wings really fast? I might have seen them. Do you think they have them in London? I've seen tiny little birds. What colors are they, hummingbirds? Because sometimes I have no idea what kind of birds they are. They're just outside, and they're all sorts, all sorts. It's really quite amazing. They choose to live in London, you know, out of all places. And Lynn says Yogi, when midnight hears me, he squeaks. And the funny part, if he hears me in the fridge, he goes mad. In the fridge? You mean open the fridge? You don't go in the fridge, do you, Lynn? Yeah, so he knows it's snacky time. So what does a midnight eat then? What's midnight? Well, midnight is it a hamster or is it some sort of I'm not well versed in sort of hamster and the difference between they're a few very similar kind of creatures. So Lynn, let me know. So midnight is a is what? I'm pretty sure. Oh, midnight is going to be so mad. Let me have a quick check. Where am I? Here. I lost my spot. Oh, here. Got it. Because hamsters, what do they eat? Do they eat veggies? Betty says these two particularly have rings around their necks. One is black, but misshapen. You just know it's like your child. Oh, yes, it's nice to have something that's recognizable. Like cats. Cats, you definitely recognize different ones because they all have slightly different patterns. And some of them very different. So it's very easy to recognize, to tell the cats apart. But gray squirrels are difficult, really difficult. They're all built around the same size. And, you know, unless they behave a different way, you literally cannot tell. You can't tell them apart. They can fly backwards. Hummingbirds. Really? That is quite a trick. And why would they do that though? And I think a lot of them are probably seasonal, aren't they? They probably fly around all over the, you know, all over the place. Maybe even all over the world. I don't know. It's quite handy being a bird, isn't it? You can just go anywhere. Oh, that one. Ah, stitch. It's a little bit iffy. It slipped a little bit. And this is the squirrel tail that I'm stitching. It's a red squirrel, not a gray squirrel. Oh, yes. And Lynn says midnight is a guinea pig. What's the difference between a hamster and a guinea pig? Dear, oh dear. I'm in so much trouble. So midnight is a guinea pig. He eats most veggies, a veg he loves. He goes mad when I open a fridge door. He knows the sound. I bet they do. They're so clever. So hamsters and guinea pigs. I don't know the difference, Lynn. Forgive me. I bet they're probably all very cute. And the other day, because I know Travis has got chinchilla, and I kind of roughly know what chinchilla looks like, but I think I was wrong. Because I watched a YouTube video the other day of a chinchilla. My God, it's so adorable. They're so cute. They look like those mystical cartoon creatures. They're really, really cute. And Betty says, I think the hummingbirds are like ducks and other animals, and they just know where they can get fed and loved. Oh, and ducks as well. I can't say that I know that much about ducks. But I know some people, they keep ducks and chickens as pets, aren't they? So they can bond with people. I think most creatures, most animals probably can bond with human, which is quite weird because if you think about it, those creatures, you know, like squirrels, they don't bond with cats. They don't just randomly go up to a cat and go, hey, let's be pals, right? But with humans, they can. Most creatures can probably bond with human in some way, which is remarkable. I think saga is really, really handy when you do cross country. I think if you don't park, you just do cross country. Saga is really good because you don't have to pre-select. You just keep marking the ones you've stitched. And I just keep my app, my chart unlocked. It's much better. I think most creatures, you know, if they've been domesticate, sort of become to live with human, so to speak, and they probably know where the foods are stored, and they know. It's like my little squirrels. They get really excited when I bring out the Tupperware, and I make little noises. I shake the box, and they can hear it, and they know it's food time. They're very, very smart. One more down here. Oh, Sola. Sola's going to bed. Yes, have a little nap. Definitely relax. You can just listen to us as you fall asleep. Yes, sleep is so important. If you have a bad night's sleep, you know, the whole day is kind of slightly off. And that's why I take my power naps very seriously. Sometimes, like the other day, I literally just slept for 20 minutes. I felt like a new person. Just 20 minutes. Okay. And Tracy says, I keep trying to work on my husband to finally get some chickens. Oh, right. Tracy loves chickens. And she says, my mom always had them until recently because it's hard for her to keep up with the coop. Yes, I think you probably need some space, don't you? It's not something that you can't keep chickens in indoor, right? Not like when, you know, if you live in a house or a flat, you literally need open space for them to walk around. But I remember, who's that? You know, the TV chef, what's his name? Gordon Ramsay. It was quite a few years ago, and I really disliked him after that because he did a program. I can't remember the name of the program. He basically, it's a little bit like reality TV. You know, there's a team of people just following him around, and he actually got, I think it was some chickens, for his kids as kind of like a pets. They have names, you know, and everything like that. And then you know what? Gordon Ramsay, being Gordon Ramsay, he killed them afterwards. And according to him, he was trying to show his kids the reality of life. A chicken was meant to be eaten. I mean, those chickens had names. I ask you. I bet the kids probably traumatized for the rest of their lives. Seriously. And I cannot watch the guy after that. I just cannot. What a betrayal. Because the chicken probably go, oh, now, finally, it's good life, you know. We're being fed and loved. And lo and behold, bye-bye. And not many people can do that. Lynn says, I think the secret with animals is patience and kindness. Yes. Same way with people, isn't it? Funny that. Patience and kindness. That's it. You know, if you have patience and kindness, you will not have road rage. You will not have all sorts of troubles. And the other day, there was a guy who was definitely suffering from road rage. I was cycling on a cycling lane. So a cycling lane, London, you know, being on the left side of the street, and normally there's a little strip of blue paint that you can cycle on, or some sort of marking, you know, for bicycles. And I was just minding my own business. I was cycling. So the cycle lane is not very wide, but so, you know, it depends on the traffic. I didn't notice that this guy was behind me, and this guy is being, I have to say, he was being quite stupid. I was cycling slightly away from the pavement, okay, but this guy is trying to cut me off, trying to, well, basically cycle past me. Normally, if you want to do that, that's fine. You cut the person from the right side, right? Because the traffic is opposite, probably from a lot of countries. Going forward, you're on the left side. So if you want to cycle past somebody, most people, you know, normal people will probably cycle from the right side. And this guy, for some reason, he was trying to cut me off from the inside. So there's a little gap on the left. I probably cycled slightly toward the center of the cycle lane. And he was trying to cut from the inside, and it didn't work because I kind of drifted to the left as if he was trying to cut from the inside. So he got mad. Because it was, well, luckily with cycling, you know, both bicycles, we're not going very fast. So he kind of stopped and he got really mad. You can't really mind. I didn't even know he was behind me. So, road rage doesn't only happen with motorists or maybe cyclists versus motorists. Even between cyclists, there's some people really go on the street and just ready to fight. And every little thing can probably tick them off. And this guy, first of all, it's a bad idea to try to cut from the inside anyway. And he did that, didn't work. And he was saying something to me like, I'm trying to recall what he said. He said, "You can't take up the whole lane, lady." He made the point of calling me a lady. And I just looked at him and go, "What are you talking about?" And he was just mumbling, to himself as he cycled past. And all for what? All for what? I don't know. If you just take a deep breath and maybe, not try to cycle past somebody from the inside, which is stupid. And he would have had a better day, but he was really upset. And sometimes things like that, minor things, like trivial things, occupied our thoughts. And it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. All right, I'm going to pick my next color. And no road rage when we're stitching, okay? Only peace. Hello, babe. Oh, I think Dolly wants to go out. Give me a second. This has been our daily routine. I'm gonna just go and open the window for her. Give me a sec. All right. Now she's happy. And Betty says that they're like humans. They want food at the same time every day. Yes, I know. Yes. Steady supply of food. Absolutely. But the thing is, though, Betty, I don't eat my food at the same time. It's random time, actually. I'm one of those eaters. I just eat when I'm hungry. If I'm not hungry, I forget to eat. 3721. 3721. So I eat at random time every day. 3721. Probably because I don't really have routines, because every day my timetable is a little bit different. 1, 1, 2. Tracy said my chickens will be for eggs as pets, and yes, outside, so our dog can watch over them when he's outside with them. So they're friendly with each other, are they? Yes. I think once you give an animal a name, that's it. They're your friends. Do not eat them. One, two. Andrea says, I had a house chicken pet once. So chickens, can you just have one? Or do you need like a small group? Are they quite kind of pack animals? Or can you just have one chicken? Never really thought about having chicken as a pet. Okay, I'm gonna end my stitches here. Three, 7, 2, 1. Three, 7. And 3, 8, 30. 3, 8, 30. Three, 8, 30. Andrea says you can have one chicken. I had a diaper for her and everything. A diaper as a nappy for a chicken. Oh, did you keep the chicken indoor? Why does it need a nappy, Andreas? It's a chicken. I think they need to be outdoor, aren't they? And maybe occasionally come inside, but can they get house trained? Betty says, I had a chicken when I was a kid. It was in 4-H. What's 4-H? After that was over, I came home one day and they were gone. Oh no, Betty. Seriously? Betty says, Dad said they were in the freezer. What? What? Oh no. Was your dad's name Gordon Ramsay? Seriously? Oh dear. I'll probably have a fight with my dad if that happens. I'll probably never speak to him again. I'll probably just leave the house and just move to another country or something, so I don't have to see him. No. You can't do that. Oh dear, Betty. Yes, that's not nice. Andrea says she was the house chicken, a house chicken, wearing a nappy. And Andrea says can't house train them, but they can wear diapers. I can't even imagine, how do you put on nappies on a chicken? I mean, chicken doesn't have bottom. What they do, but where do you even put them? Oh dear. Yes, I bet the chicken is probably quite confused. They're going, what is happening to me? Oh no, Andreas, no. So Andreas actually put clothes. on the chicken. Oh no, what is happening? I have to say, I don't like animals wearing clothes. I know some people put clothes on dogs and cats. I can't watch them. If I come across videos with animals wearing clothes, I have to turn away. I get upset. 3:30. I've never seen chickens wearing clothes. That's a new one. Rachel, darling. Rachel says, everyone, good afternoon. Rachel, by the way, I got your email. It's just been really busy today. I just got home not very long ago. I will reply. Thank you so much. Rachel's working on my chart, my artwork, turning into a chart in a moment. Thank you, Rachel. 918. And I hope you're well and can join us for a spot of stitching. Yes, Tracy. That's not nice, is it? What's 4-H clubs? What's 4-H clubs? Someone will have to explain to me. Rachel says, I came into the chat and with a chicken wearing a diaper. I know. And also Betty's sad story. They had a chicken as a pet. And one day, you know, a little poor little creature ended up in the freezer, out of all places. Oh dear. I think for a child, that's got to be, you know, the moment that you grow up. Seriously. You just go, oh dear. Betty says 4-H is a thing here in the US. I think it's mostly for rural people. Cows, goats, chicken, even horse. I don't know if it exists today. Let me just highlight that. I don't know if it exists today. It's so teach us, country kids, responsibility. Why is it called 4-H, I wonder? So, right. So what do they teach you? Surely your dad probably went through the course as well. Surely that doesn't mean putting them in the freezer, putting your friends in the freezer. Right. Oh dear. And Rachel's having dinner. Enjoy your dinner. And Tracy says, I have seen knitting and crochet patterns for chicken sweaters, but how do you even put on a sweater on the chicken? Because for dogs and cats, okay, they have 4 legs, they have, well, not 4 legs, yeah, they have 4 legs, and you can pretend the little front legs are hands, okay? You can put like a sweater over. I've seen that. Little bit disturbing, okay? But I can see how you do it, first of all. How do you even put on you know, piece of clothing? But for chicken, where do you even start? Is it like a poncho or something? What is it? Or cape? Are they wearing a cape? Where do you even, they have no hands. They have 2 little legs and wings, right? Knitted patterns. Oh dear. Yes, can you imagine? Is it, oh, I'm knitting a Christmas jumper for my chicken. You know, it's a thing. And we have matching Christmas jumper, me and my chicken. And matching nappy as well. Andrea says they have especially made diaper for chickens. House chickens are a thing now. Oh dear. I'm not sure if I want to see it. I'm not sure about that. And have you checked with the chickens? Have you asked them, how do you feel about wearing nappies and all sorts of outfits? They probably go, nah, this is now how I imagine my life would be. When I was born, I had high hopes. Andrea says my chicken was the best house pet I ever had. No comment. Okay, Andrea, no comment for me. Amanda says part of 4-H is teaching children responsibility, how farm animals are used. Used? Okay. Animals shown are working animals, so animals raised for food are butchered after showing. Okay, okay. I think if you're living in a sort of farming kind of community, your view about animals is very different because they're kind of functional. They're normally probably reared for food or some sort of, purpose. They're not pets. And I'm going to end this one here. 918. Betty says my sister's crochet things are for not real socks. What? Betty's keyboard has gone, it's gone rogue again. Andrea, I'm so glad for the fashion tip. Okay, Andrea says for chickens, clearly it's the trick is to have Velcro, Velcro straps help to hold outfits on. I'm not sure if I wanted to have that piece of information, but thank you for sharing, Andreas. Yes, Velcro. I bet the nappy's probably Velcroed as well. 3858. I learn about new things every day from the chat, okay? 3858. Right. 1, 2. Amanda says most people I know name their working animals. We buy local beef and pork, and often the name of an animal is displayed on the packaging. You're kidding me. So, so when you buy a pack like a beef steak, it says this is Jennifer or Molly or I don't know what would be a name for a male cow. Jason. Do you call a cow Jason? So you know who you're eating. Amanda, that is a different level of, it's a different life, I have to say. Oh, that is hardcore. So, so one day you go, hey, what would be a really good name for a cow? I don't know, Chippy. Okay, Chippy. And then the next day, you go to the supermarket to local butcher, and Chippy has turned into a steak. Right. Okay. I'm not made for that kind of lifestyle. I'll probably need therapy for the rest of my life. If if that's the case. It's not for me to judge. Okay. I bet it's a very different kind of lifestyle. I'm not made for that. That's all I know. And Rachel says, haven't heard of house chickens before. Is there also a thing as a house duck? Anyone has house duck? I have seen people keeping ducks on YouTube. I learned everything from YouTube, okay? I have seen people having chickens as pets and ducks. I don't know how they're kept. I don't know how they fit into sort of normal house. But clearly, there are lots of videos on YouTube, the people keeping all sort of farm animals in a house. Tigers, hello. Welcome. Tiger says hello. I'm still sick and fatigued, so no cross stitching, and hopefully you can help me nap again. Yogi. Well, yes, absolutely. I can definitely do that for you guys. Any one of you, okay, watching, if you have issues with sleep, okay, and no problem, you come to the right place and just listen to Yogi, and within minutes you fall asleep. Very nice. Yes, I'll definitely help you out, okay, Tiger. And yesterday Tigers was struggling a little bit. It's all right. It's all right. And we're talking about chickens wearing nappies and, all sort of fashion items. And Betty says, no, Yogi, it's a real thing here. Crochet ducks on people's patches. Crochet ducks on people's pictures. Dressed up. Do you mean real ducks? A concrete ducks on people. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about like a real ducks or statue ducks, but dressed up? What are we talking about, Betty? Oh, portraits, not pictures. With Betty's comments, I have to, take a lot of liberty to interpret the messages. It's a little bit like, Morse code. It's up for interpretation. So are we talking about real ducks? Andrea says, I have not seen a house duck yet. I've seen pigs, rabbits, and chicken. Yeah, rabbits is probably more common. Bunnies, chicken. So if people keep keep chickens, ducks are not that different. Even though ducks probably need to swim, right? That's different from chicken. But I've definitely seen videos of people keeping ducks. I hope they're kept well. Sometimes I worry that those YouTubers, they just, bring all sorts of animals in the house just to create content. You can see that happening, can't you? Because people like to see little unusual things, like cute animals in the house, sleeping on a cushion with cats, etc. But you don't know how they got there. And you don't know if they're treated well. But recently, YouTube, actually, there's a policy I found very, very intriguing. They change their policies from time to time, so it's not unusual. But recently, I saw an interview of a YouTube person, like an executive or something, determine, like policies. Because the regular policies, we can probably understand, do not be mean to people, and do not, talk about things too controversial, etc., or misinformation. But they have a new policy. This is intriguing. They're now trying to discourage or even ban people, channels from creating content that, for instance, I think everybody probably have come across contents like, you see a guy go and rescue some sort of, stray animals on the roadside. They're really, injured, and they pick the animal up and then take them home or to the vet or something like that and nurse them back to health. I bet, raise your hands if you've seen content like that. And that kind of content is quite popular because, people like, like to think that we have compassion, we help, poor animals, etc. And the intriguing thing about those type of videos, not all of them, but a lot of them just happen to capture the process from the beginning. They just happen to have a camera, they make sure they actually film from the beginning so you can follow the progress, etc. And you know what? YouTube has, they probably think most of them are maybe somewhat staged. They're actually going to discourage that kind of content. I think they're going to go do it through maybe demonetize them if they do that kind of content all the time. If you go to a channel, for instance, it's full of videos like that. First of all, they're probably stolen from someone else because it's unlikely the same people just keep coming across poor animals they can rescue, right? Unless that's their job. So they're trying to discourage people from staging, maybe creating situations. If you think about more extreme scenario, maybe they deliberately injure, I don't know, I hope not, maybe injure the animals in order to create a situation they can rescue. It's a little bit like firefighters. We talked about firefighters the other day. They're the cases of crimes that the firefighters they're arsonists, starting fires so they can pull a fire out and they become heroes. A little bit like that. I think for them to come up with a policy like that, they probably think it's quite prevalent and they're not comfortable for that kind of content to become too popular because it's probably going to encourage some people to do things that's probably not very good for animals, because that kind of videos sometimes go viral. They get millions of views and everybody's going in and go, wow, thank God, I believe in human nature, goodness, whatever. I'm sure you've come across videos like that. And now it's a policy. I found it so intriguing. They actually make a point of saying that if a channel is doing that kind of content repeatedly, we don't want you to do that. I thought it was really interesting. Because for them to come up with a policy like clearly black and white, they have to feel really strongly about it. Amanda says when you buy meat locally like that, you're buying much larger portions. So we get quarter cow and half a pig most years. Wow. So you just keep the rest in the freezer. Right. So half of chippies, whatever it is. Right, okay. No judgment for me, It's a very different lifestyle. As a city girl, I cannot relate to. And Tracy says, I would eat a lot more tofu if the meat had names. Tracy. That's hilarious. Even though I think if you grow up in the farming environment, it's probably quite normal, and you probably think that we're just being emotional, but we are emotional creatures, and these things, they have effect on us, most of us anyway. Oh, right. Betty says not real, concrete, like a statue. Oh, so it's like a gnome, like let's think like a duck. That's okay. I mean, if it's statue, a duck statue, you can dress them up. Not a problem. I don't mind. You can put nappies on them. Concrete's like a rock. I know. Okay. Oh, I think this is going well. Look at that. It's filling up the stitches. It's not too confetti, so it's very nice. Very nice to stitch. All right, 300. 300. Because sometimes on YouTube, I think on a lot of channels, they probably steal a lot of clips from all sorts of platforms, maybe TikTok, maybe, Instagram, wherever. And they're all about being kind to animals, okay? And I don't know where they get so much content like that from, unless they're just going around, rip them off. And I think YouTube is probably not very happy about that. Rachel says, I couldn't eat an animal I raised. You and me both. But I think if you're growing up in a farming environment, your connection with animals are very different, aren't they? You see them as they serve a purpose. Betty says we wouldn't have had meat if we didn't raise them. We raised all the food and bought mum from local dairy farm. The government won't allow that anymore. Yes, I understand. Intellectually, I'm with you. I think it's part of that industry, isn't it? Part of that lifestyle. So it's not for me to judge, but of course, as a person who's not used to that kind of lifestyle, it's quite challenging for me to relate to. Rachel says, I heard about that people abuse animals and then post fake rescue videos to get money and donations. Yeah, it's probably the dark. Well, I think that's even worse in some way than animal abuse, because you were literally I don't know, I like to think that kind of stuff is not going on, but just look at some videos just so unnatural. It's just like, how are you just happen to film the whole process so beautifully, and it's just most people, if you see like injured animals, the first instinct is not to take out the camera and start filming. You do what you can. Just like, if you're trying to rescue people, you're not going to think, oh, let me just film this beautiful process so I can post later on YouTube. It makes you wonder, isn't it? Andrea says people will rescue animals, but I don't know how to take care of them properly. And animals are worse off. They need to go to the wildlife rescue. That has knowledge. Oh, yes, absolutely. It depends on, if it's a cat, and take the cat to the vet, of course. But if they're creatures that you're not familiar with, definitely it's not something that you should take on yourself, because you don't know what they need, right? Am I correct? Oh no, that one. No, that one is not correct. 1, 2, 3. And also there are a lot of stitched together videos. It's hilarious. Sometimes if you don't pay attention, you know, you watch a clip of videos of some sort of animal rescues, and but if you pay attention and, you know, check the details, a lot of times they're not even the same animal. They just stitch like bits and pieces together to create a story that doesn't exist. You know, like rescuing a cat, but a cat keeps changing colors for about 5 times and different sizes, but they try to convince you it's the same cat. It's actually quite hilarious. Brittany says, I think there's a kitten in my in or near my yard somewhere. I hear crying. Oh, like right now. Brittany, yes, go have a look. Go have a look. And she says, be right back. Gotta go on a saving mission before my pit bull finds it. Oh, Brittany's got a pit bull. Yes, go. Save the little kitten. Wow. Chocolate time, is it, Barlow? Barlow came forward, alert herself just to announce the chocolate time. Well done, well done. And Barlow, yes, let's have a bit of a chocolate. And this is the right moment. Let me just find my next spot here so I know where to start after chocolate time. Yes, great to see you, Barlow. Let me zoom out. Oh, and today the chocolate time is exciting, okay? Let me know what you're snacking today. But today I have a new chocolate. I know. I just found it today when I went to Marks and Spencer. And let me show you. Chocolate time, everyone. And today, Yogi is going to be snacking dark chocolate single origin from Marks and Spencer, M&S. It's a UK supermarket. They do, you know, pretty nice food. And I went there to get some lettuce today and other things, okay? And I found this one because a lot of their chocolates, they're milk chocolate and lower percentage. And I found this one, 75% cacao. So it's up to my standard. Because a lot of them, the lower the percentage is, the more sugar and, you know, sometimes with dairy as well. So I found this one. I'm really, really happy. And I can't wait to try it. And it's very thin. Look at this. It's like really skinny like this. Yes, chocolate time, guys. And I'm going to do the unboxing right here live on Yogi Stream. I do not unbox many things, okay? I do not unbox stamp kits. You know, like some channels, they, you know, unbox stamp kits like every single day, but never stitch them. This is not that kind of channel, okay? I unbox the chocolate, I eat it, okay? That's my promise to you. And so this one, the chocolate is from, is it Ecuador? Ecuador, Ecuador. I think it's Africa or something. And it says lively floral flavors, little acidity, long finish with good range of cacao flavors. Listen to that. Okay then, let's have a look. I hope it doesn't have much sugar. I think I look at the ingredients. is not bad, and there's no dairy in it, so I think it's compatible for vegan. And I like the packaging. It's pink. It's really nice, and pink and orange. Very retro. Let's have a look. Oh, and tin foil as well. First of all, thumbs up for tin foil. I don't like wax papers. I like proper tin foil. That's how I like my chocolate. Oh, listen to the sound. Can you hear that? And it's really easy to open as well with the tin foil. Very nice. And it's gold color. Oh, I already love it. And let's have a look. I try not to. Oh, a big M and S writing right there, and big chunk as well. Very nice. It's a big square. I hope it's nice. 75%, you probably can't go too wrong. You put it aside. Cheers, everyone, and let me know what you were snacking. I'm snacking this huge piece of chocolate from Marks and Spencer. Rachel says chocolate bar in gold wrapper, very pretty. I know. You know, I don't like it. Well, I love Montezuma, but it's wrapped in sort of wax paper. It just doesn't feel as nice as tinfoil. Cheers. Very nice. It's got it's almost like coffee. It's got that slight bitterness, a very grown-up taste, and not too sweet. Wonderful. I was worried they might be sweet. It's got sweetness, but it's very creamy. Melt in the mouth right away. Thumbs up. If you're in the UK, go get this one. If you like dark chocolate, if you don't think you like dark chocolate, this is very mild, very smooth to eat. Rachel says, I just had dinner. I'm too full to snack and chocolate at the moment. But after dinner, chocolate is a thing, isn't it? Have a little piece. It's quite nice. I just had a banana before the stream as well. I'm not hungry. But chocolate is very nice. I need to clean my fingers. It's definitely good chocolate because instantly it's melting in my hands. Snacky time, everyone. Very nice. I'll definitely get this one again. Because sometimes when you get chocolate that you're not, brands that you're not familiar with, it's a little bit of a risk. Michelle says, no, chocolate time already. I'm still at work. Oh, no buttons. Well, Michelle, I'll eat this one for you. Okay, I'm eating for two. I'm eating for me, and I'm eating for Michelle. Okay. Very nice. Michelle is still at work. Yes, I forgot. It's still Friday. I kept thinking it was Saturday. Really creamy. Thumbs up. Maddie, hello, Maddie. How are you? Great to see you. Oh, this chocolate is nice. I like the flavor. I'm trying to describe it. It's got a hint of almost like coffee. The note of coffee. That's a big plus. Very big plus. And it's got just right amount of sweetness for me. So good. Very nice. It goes well with coffee as well. I know. I can't believe it's a chocolate time. It goes really well with my black coffee. Wow. It's really rich, actually. So even just one block there, I'm feeling a little bit full. I'll probably pop it aside. I can come back and grab another piece in a bit. because I had a banana just before the stream, so I'm quite full. But really nice. Very happy. And Monique is here as well. Hello, hello. Are you guys stitching? I know some of you are still at work. I've got a little fluff there. Let me grab a piece of my masking tape. There's a little fluff there. And today I'm stitching squirrels. Let me have a look. 1, 2. Where am I? 1, 2. 2 stitches. And 1 down here. Rachel says, I started my new whip today. Evening on the Lake is one of my pattern on top bobbins. Very nice. Very nice. Evening on the Lake. Why not? A new start. And this tail, squirrel tail, is so big. And Rachel, do you normally stitch 25 counts? Are most of your webs 25 counts? Do you do like 14 or other ones? Marsha, hello, good morning. Marsha says, hi Yogi, this is really coming along. Yes, it's lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's taken some time to build up, you know, the background, but I'm firmly in the squirrel zone here. And I hope you're doing well. And Marsha, I saw your web of that Amy Stewart piece. You've done so well and so patient. You've done the first page already. And how do you feel about it? Are you happy with the look, sort of progress in terms of the look of the web? It's a weird one, isn't it? And Marsha is stitching the Amy Stewart, the new chart, the one with tons of chocolates. But there's some sort of kind of color issue. I don't know what that is about. Rachel says, yes, all my stuff after 2022 is 25 or 28 counts. Right. And she says before 22, I did 14, 16 or 18. And I like to stitch on changed. That's fair enough. I like a mixture. But for a little while, when I first discover full coverage, I just dive straight in to 25 counts. And for maybe nearly 2 years, I was stitching 25 counts only. And maybe that's why I got really fed up. After over 2 years, I just needed a change. And I can't find my spot here. Where am I? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 1, 2. And that's when I started experimenting 10 stitches because it just needed a change. It's either I venture into sort of a different kind of stitching, or I was literally going to stop stitching because I was just kind of, feeling the fatigue of 25 counts. But now I'm, having stitched different fabric counts, 10 stitches, 4 stitches. I kind of fell in love with 25 counts again. And 2 stitches down here. Rachel says, I didn't know 25 count existed until I found floss tube and 1, 2, 3 stitch. That was like the local craft store was all I knew. Same here. I didn't know. I didn't know people were doing tiny stitches. And for me, maybe the tiniest stitches prior to 25 counts, it was probably 18 with Maggie, Maggie the mess maker. And for me, that was slightly on the small side because a lot of projects I had up to that point, there were 14 counts and some maybe 16. But 18 was, pretty high fabric count for me. I know. I had no idea there's a whole bunch of people secretly stitching this kind of project. I think these two, this stitch is not correct. Marsha says, I've sort of realized the ribbon had to be done differently to appear clear against the background and almost 3-dimensional. Contacted, hey, they said the pattern all good. Okay, if they said so, maybe it's just a matter of building up stitches and eventually it's going to look correct. Because at the moment, the colors just look like it's not blending very well. But hopefully, eventually it's going to make sense. It's strange because with other patterns, I don't remember coming across something the colors just look strange. Most of the times, with their patterns, and Amy Stewart as well, immediately you can see what's going on the fabric. Jojo, hello. Great to see you. Jojo says, hi, Yogi and chat. A little late. Had to cut the lawn. Oh, lawn comes first. Yogi second. It's okay. I can live with that. Yes, great to see you. Are you stitching right now? Are you done with the lawn? And I am going to end this stitch here. Rachel says the way the image looks is one thing, but color is something else. I don't understand why the ribbon is so much lighter than pink than the picture. Yeah, same here. Same here. Because for a moment I thought maybe Marsha used the wrong number of threads. That can happen, right? Maybe you misread it, like have the numbers reversed or something. But yes, you're quite right because the pink's supposed to blend, and it's kind of not blending, but the markup is blended quite well. That's quite odd. Because the markup looks normal, but it's just the whip looks like the colors are broken up a little bit. Maybe it's optical illusion. Maybe eventually it's going to look right. And Jojo says, yes, 2 acres. All tied 2 acres of grass to lawn. Not a lawn to mow. Wow, that's a lot, like really big area to work with. 2 acres. And Jojo says had to decide if it was yogi time or go to do the dark side and watch Yomari. No way. Jojo, is that even a decision you have to make? Oh, I forgot to bring on my work mode here. And I'm glad you make the right choice. A14. The burgundy. Hello, Ginny. Ginny says, hello, super late, very busy today. That's fair. It's Friday. Ginny is probably working still, right? And I hope you're well today. Rachel says that ribbon in the original photo looks a darker fuchsia to me, and a ribbon in the stitching looked more baby pink. Well, the overall tone of the ribbon in the mock-up, at least from the Heaven and Earth website, that one looks like hot pink, right? But the version, Marchetti stitching, looks more rose red. But that's not a problem because, you know, it doesn't matter. It's a little lighter pink or not. It's more of the blending of the colors. My eyes just couldn't interpret what I'm looking at. But hopefully everything's going to work out. I'm going to fudge a little bit. I missed a stitch here. Amanda says, I'm not a big fan of even weave. I have projects on everything from 11 count Ada to 40 to 46 linen, including even weave projects. It's nice to have a bit of variety, isn't it? If you, even with your favorite stitch count, I mean, I love 14 count as well, but if it's 14 count is all I do, I'm going to get bored. I just like the changes because you know, it feels very differently. It stitches very differently with different stitch count. You know, even with 22 counts yesterday versus 25, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it feels different when you stitch. And I like it. I like the differences. Yes, Marsha, have faith. If Heaven and Earth, so Marsha, you show them your web, haven't you? Not just asking them. If you show your pictures and they go, well, that's the way it's supposed to be, then you probably need to take their words. Jojo says I had a few good giggles when I watched the stream last night. Myst was one of the rare video games I played. Oh, really? Yes, we were talking about mist the other day, and apparently it's really old game. It's like the OG of the adventure puzzle adventure. A lot of those first person perspective adventure games I play, eventually I just feel so lonely because a lot of times it's like you exploring some sort of mysterious places, sometimes in the house and stuff like that, and you don't ever come across other characters. If you do, they're normally scary, right? Normally trying to eat you or something. And I just felt really lonely when I play those games. I'm not sure if I like it. You know, it's a little bit, even though it's not horror, a lot of this type of adventure, it's not like a Residential Evil, Residential Evil. It's not meant to be a horror game, but I just feel very lonely when I play those games. Rachel says, I think it's referring to the pattern Marsha is stitching. She says, my curiosity would love to get a high depth picture of that and run it through my wind stitch to see how it comes out. But it's just a chart designer in me. Yes, it's weird, isn't it? Because, well, normally if you look at any chart like this one, for instance, it's kind of what you see is what you get. You know, the what you see on my fabric doesn't look that different from what you see on the mock-up, because the mock-up is generated, it's not illustration, it's generated with stitches by the software. So each dot is represented by a color thread, and it's a single stitch. So everything, all the stitches compose the image that we're looking at on the markup. And most of the time, to be honest, I can't find another example that they look just vastly different, because that's what the markup is for. Because this type of project, this type of patterns, you're not able to test stitching like maybe other types of projects. So they're totally the chart designers, they're totally relying on what they see on the markup. So if the markup looks correctly, it should look just like that on the fabric, with maybe very minor difference. Maybe the color, maybe a little bit darker or maybe a little bit lighter, but not like off, not like totally different. So that one is mysterious. I'd love to see what happens to Marsha's web eventually. And where am I? I am here. I am 2 stitches, 1 stitch over here. Amanda says the ribbon might look totally different from everything else is stitched. Might look totally different when everything else is stitched too. Other colors look different. That's fair enough. That's possible. And this would be an interesting example of that, because most of the times, we day to day, all the stitches stitch various different patterns, and I have not come across the ones you just go, well, maybe there's something wrong with the chart. It's very unusual. One, two. And oh, so you, Marsha, you sent a photo to Haidt. And yes, okay, if they had a look and they came back and go, just keep going, then, well, you just have to trust them for now. Amanda says, but also heaven and earth told everyone they have faced for several years. When the charting colors were off in 2018, new colors introduction, they denied for years before fixing things. Really? Oh, I heard about that incident from various stitchers. It seemed like a big deal at that time. I think it's, you know, if the color is just slightly different, that's fine. You know, let's say if the brown is a little bit lighter or darker, I think personally, I probably wouldn't mind too much. But if it's just completely off, you know, if things just don't blend together, that kind of stuff, that wouldn't be good. Okay, I'm gonna end this one. I mean, they're quite experienced. That shouldn't happen. A14, A14. I'm trying to think, maybe start moving down this way. Let me have a look. I'm trying my best not to leave too many sort of loose stitches behind like this one. I'll probably go and patch that one. 434. 434. 434. It's a brown. Jojo says, careful calling anything I did in 20s really old. Oh, referring to the game. Well, apparently it's been around for... when did that game come out? Because I remember Rachel played that game as well, Missed. Are we talking about 80s or 90s? Janine says the squirrel tail is coming out so nice. I know. It's hard to tell what it is because this is literally the tail of puffy tail of the squirrel. The body starts here actually. In fact, I think the head is just around here. Maybe I can venture over here to start stitching the little head. I mean, the squirrel looks very sleepy. Rachel says the game came out in 1993. Okay, so we're talking about how many decades? 93 and 2003, 13, 23, 30 years. Not all at all, okay? Jojo, not at all. But I think, you know, when you have a really good game, even though technology moves on, you can do more fancy things, but ultimately it's the gameplay itself. You know, a lot of games that maybe have been around for a while, but the game itself is just so well designed. And particularly with games like a puzzle game, you know, if the story is good and the puzzle is good, it's kind of timeless. Maybe slightly clunky to play, but still Still a good game. Okay, after this one, I'm gonna venture over to the head area and start building stitches around the head. Oh, I'm excited. I want to do a little squirrel head. Let me have a look. And okay, let me just double check. Yes, the head is literally around here. 4, 3, 4. I'm gonna move forward. I know it's cheating. I know. I don't mind. Hello, doggy. A14. A14. Janine says, I never liked that missed game. It was too hard for me. Hurt my brain. My brother finished it very quickly. I love puzzled games, though, if they're good. Because a good puzzle is when the puzzles are logical, not just random to make it hard. I don't know. I've never played that game, but I have played similar games. They probably just created the entire genre of first-person puzzle adventure. But I always feel slightly lonely with that kind of games because, you know, you're literally just going around rummaging in the drawers, trying to find things, find clues. Oh, the doggy is not very happy. Welcome to the live stream, little dog. You're on the internet. I'm going to do a little bit of greeting here. Marsha says, I didn't notice with pattern ribbon had no confetti. The chocolate around were extremely confetti. Two different styles really side by side. So the ribbons just like flat colors. Interesting. I would have thought there would be quite a lot of transitional color changes. Because he's moving from dark shade to light and then back to dark again. That's very interesting. We will find out from you, Marsha. You're the guinea pig. We will know whether it's going to work out or not. Amanda says, my kid wants to know if you've played Skyrim. Kids say there are plenty of non-playable characters to me. Yes, I did play Skyrim, but I never finished it. So I had 2 attempts. The first one was, I think it was PlayStation 4, which was a few years ago when I got it. And I didn't go very far because I was clueless about games like that at that time. And it was quite a few years ago, maybe before COVID. And then during COVID, I gave it another go. And also, I got PS5 by that point. So the graphic is a lot better because it's a very old game. It's been around for like 15 years, right? And they kind of try to improve the graphic quality a little bit at a time. They've got so many different versions. And And so eventually I play, maybe not very long ago actually. We're talking about maybe less than 2 years ago. 2 years ago when I played Skyrim properly, and my God, that game is so big. And so I presume your kids probably loved it. Yes, you can play. You come across characters. I like games like that because it's a little bit like Minecraft. You know, Minecraft, you don't really run into other characters, but you discover villages sometimes, and it's fun, right? So there's some sort of human-like interaction, even though it's not story-driven. And but with Skyrim, yes, I think some people manage to have relationship with some characters and get married and have kids. I never went there because it's too much work. I just kind of just, the way I play those games, I tend not to follow missions. I just wander around and see what I run into. So I play Fallout like that as well, Fallout 4. And it's a complete different experience, I presume. You know, so there's no to-do list. I just wander around randomly and run into caves and sometimes, run into missions, quests. A14. A14. So yes, I did play Skyrim, but the story is so big, that game is so vast. I didn't finish it, so I don't know what the end game is. I have not gone that far. Ginny says, I love Skyrim. Yes. There's so much involved. And I love when, games kind of just trust you to explore, not try to give you instructions every 3 minutes. A lot of games do that. I just find it extraordinary. I don't know whether you guys played Horizon. You know the one, what is it called? Yes, it's called Horizon, isn't it? There are 2 games. My goodness, I mean, it's an interesting game. It's kind of like futuristic when machines turn into enemies. And so it's kind of an interesting concept. What is it called? The full name, I can't remember. You know the one I'm talking about. It's a female main character, leading character. 779. And that game, I have to say, I have such a mixed feeling about it because it's a well-made game, but my God, they treat you like 3-year-olds. They give you instructions after instructions. You have no choice but to, get hints. They give you hints like every three minutes. It's just stupid. It's such a waste of a pretty decent game. 779. I don't know why they do that. It's just that they don't trust you. They're so afraid that you're going to miss something, They don't think you have a brain. 779. Can't be right color. Look. It's a gray. 779. That's not correct. Definitely not correct. It's on my needle ball. So was Miss quite a long game, or maybe just very difficult to play? 779. And Marsha says, yes, Yogi, ribbon, dead, flat, surrounded, heavy confetti. That is suspicious. That is suspicious. Because that part of the ribbon should have a lot of transitional colors. We will find out. Jojo says, referring to mist. She says that was the only star game we had. I love King's Quest and Hero's Quest and Leisure Suit Larry. What are they? Are they like similar kind of game? Janine says Leisure Suit Larry. Rachel says 779 is brown. I know this is 779. So the color on my needle ball was not correct. It just didn't look right in a patch of brown. There's a silver. But I think, you know, apps like Pattern Keeper or Saga is really helpful because they give you swatches, you know, they give you some idea of what color it should be. So if it's totally wrong, you kind of know. Whereas if you're working on a paper chart, you don't really. I'm moving into the little head. Oh, Lona is having 779 spooky bingo. Yeah, well done, Lona. Join me. 779 spooky bingo. Jojo says I found the puzzles in Mist were very difficult. I think it's probably you know, around the time. I think some old games, they really trust you a lot more. They really challenge you. Whereas newer games, they kind of too afraid that if they make it too difficult, too cryptic, people are going to give up and not want to play the game. So they don't trust you. They don't trust you to spend time and figure out the solution. I think good puzzles, I don't mind if it's difficult, as long as it's logical, you know, not just some random puzzle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And sometimes when you solve something that it's not, you know, it's not obvious, you just feel like you're so smart. Betty says, we can't see your stitching. What do you mean? Can you not see me? What do you mean? Betty, do not scare Yogi. We got kicked out, you know, earlier on. Of course you can see me stitching. And Jojo says the games are played by young children, regardless of the age rating. Perhaps the developers keep that in mind and build a game for young minds. I think, I don't know about Myst, but a lot of, I don't know what the age limit for most games, like Skyrim. I think it's probably at least 16, right? But the thing is, you know, when did the whole video games became a thing, probably Nintendo, we're talking about 80s, perhaps. If you think about people been playing games, maybe since 80s, like my dad did, they grow up. A lot of them continue to play games. You know, quite a lot of people in the chat, they play games probably for years and years. And I don't think it's wise for them to cater games to only for young people. I don't know, because they have no money. People who've been playing for decades, they have money to buy games. And that's where the market is. 1, 2. Oh, let me have a look. I'll probably stop here because I'm going to get lost. Try not to travel too far. $7.79. Going back. And those two are done as well. Oh, Betty, so it was hidden by my hands. Okay. Sorry. Right. It happens. And the next one, 902. 902. 902. It's a burgundy. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Rachel says they may be dumbing them down a bit. I played Super Mario Bros. For years in the 90s. I'm not scared. I'm not scarred for life because I didn't beat the game and the final browser in World 8. Is that a game? Oh, Super Mario, I'm hopeless. I wouldn't go near it. My brothers play a lot of them. But I just can't. I can't play the that type of game. Yes, I know. I think the game creators, they just need to. They need to kind of trust the players, and a lot of games recent years do really well because they trust the players and try not to hold your hands too much and go, you know, try to feed you information everywhere you can. So games like Elden Rings, anyone play Elden Rings? Is it Elden Rings or Elden Ring? I can't remember, but that game just did so well because they just trust you to figure things out. They leave the solutions to you. And so it's fun to do. I mean, that was, you know, one of those games I never thought that I would play because there's a lot of fighting the bosses and stuff like that. And I'm terrible at that. And but it's an open world game. So, you know, if I get stuck with a boss, I just move on to do something else. So so I played a little bit. I enjoyed it. And Rachel says they make them easier so the child beats the game and the mom and dad buy them another game. It's a marketing strategy. I think it's the opposite because if they just finish the game so easily, Yes, maybe they play another game, but I don't know. It just seems like there's a whole market there. They can't just cater for kids. One, two. And see you later, Sola. Enjoy your dinner. And I think Fallout 4 is really well done as well. But also, I think a lot of games, it depends on how you play it. So with open world games, I make a point of not using fast travel. I ban myself from fast traveling because it's very unnatural. What is fast traveling? It makes no sense. If you want to get somewhere, you walk there or run, whatever. Get on horseback or whatever. So it makes the gameplay very differently when you don't fast travel. It's a lot more fun because you have to be creative on where you go next because you have to walk there. I know, so a lot of games I ban myself from buying things. So I would only use things I find because sometimes they have like shops or vendors or whatever, and it's just too easy. You just buy things. You buy ammunitions, you buy whatever, healing items or whatever. And that makes the game, kind of a little bit boring. And I was quite surprised as well because prior to COVID, I never played anything that involves kind of shooting or fighting or stuff like that. I tend to play puzzle games, some role-playing games, but I actually find that I'm pretty good at shooting games. Not like shooting per se, but like games involves like Fallout and stuff like that. That involves battling. And I find that quite interesting to do. Try to outsmart the enemies. Rachel says, "Are you dog sitting, Yogi?" No, it's neighbor's cat, a next door neighbor. The doggy has been barking from time to time at random times. No, it's my next door neighbor's dog. I don't know what's going on with the little dog. I hope they're treating him well or her. I don't know. Dog sitting. No, actually, it's a Dolly pretending to be a dog. There's a Dolly, barking. And 2 stitches over here. Michelle says, Yogi, my husband, just returned from a business trip to Colorado. He brought back dark chocolate from Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. He's definitely a keeper. How nice. So he's brought back, stash of chocolate for your chocolate time. That is definitely a keeper. Definitely. Yes, I need to start training Mr. Yogi to buy chocolate for me. Most of the time it's the opposite. Most of the time I'm the one that's stocking chocolate for us. Definitely a keeper. And is it nice? Have you tried it? Rocky Mountain chocolate. Sounds amazing. See? You've got a smuggler from the UK and you've got a husband that bring you chocolate. That's a great life, Michelle. 902. Okay, so I think the head is around here. Let me have a look. 3371. Oh, I'm gonna start building stitches over there. 3371. 3371. Oh, it's got almonds in the chocolate. You know, recently I'm quite interested in chocolate with almonds in it. But the other day I actually made a mistake of buying from Lind chocolate, which has got pretty low percentage of chocolate, okay, but it's got almonds in it, so I gave it a go. It was too sweet for me. It was only 35% chocolate, so I think they probably put a lot of sugar in it, and so I can't eat it. But I like the idea of almonds and chocolate. Maybe I can make the chocolate myself, because I can just melt chocolate. I can have some roasted almonds, right? So they're nice and crunchy. And I can just melt the chocolate and just make my own chocolate with almonds. I think that's what I'm going to do. 3371. I think they go together so well. 3371. It's a brown. Yes, Michelle. Michelle, you're spoiled. Utterly spoiled. I think sometimes it's a little kind of gesture, just to show that you you're kind of thinking about another person. Because if you think about chocolate, it's not probably, it's not particularly that expensive, but it's about that gesture. He's away on business trip, but he's thinking about you. And no one's going to complain about chocolate, isn't it? Um, 3371. Lona says I put in 707 stitches today on my new start and still have plenty of hours to stitch to go. Lona has just started. 700 already. My goodness. That's about 3 sessions. 3 4-hour sessions for Yogi. And Lona is like, hey, slow day today, only 700, but I've just started. I don't know how anybody can stitch that fast. And if you look at you look at me stitching, I'm not particularly, slow in a sense. It's not like I'm stitching slow motion. I'm stitching one leg at a time, just like normal person. But for some reason, overall, it's just very, very slow. I wonder why that is. Because I'm watching Kamari, for instance, and she's doing very similar things, but she always ends up with more stitches than me. How does that work, guys? How does that work? For Kamari to stitch that kind of number, you would have thought if you watch her stitching, it would be all blurry because she would be moving so fast with her hands. But it's not the case. If you watch her stitching, she's quite laid back. She's probably stitching kind of the same way, very similar way as me. But she just ended up with more stitches. How does that work, Lynn? It's magic. I don't know. It's mystery. Lona says I hit 0.26. Lona has just warmed up, ready to go. Yes, Lona's needle is on fire, for sure. Oh, I like it. It's got like transition to darker colors here. You can tell something's going to happen. Like a squirrel's little head or something like that. And this is what we're talking about, isn't it? If you're transitioning into whatever shapes and or shading or whatever, it's very gradual, even though I have no idea what I'm stitching. But I can feel that, this is a very smooth transition of whatever it is. It's not supposed to be kind of odd, kind of awkward changes. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? No. 1, 1, 2, 3. Luna says, Yogi's right. That's my warm up. I know. I know. That's what I thought. And send my regards to Mum. And I'll probably move up over here. I'm very tempted to look at the mock-up. I want to figure out where the head exactly is. I think it's toward this direction somewhere. Because the tail curls up like that. And the head is kind of around here. I think this is when you can really hear the sound of the thread or needles going through the fabric. I'll take a sip of my coffee. I think today may be a little bit of Komari going on here, or Yomari. Hello, Samantha. Samantha says, hello, just got back from the fair where I bought a bunch of comb yarn from them, the yarn boutique. You went to a fair. Is it knitting? Knitting fair. Is that for knitting? How nice. I've only been to one stitching fair probably 3 years ago, and I haven't been back because I was a bit disappointed by what they were offering. It wasn't very exciting. I would love to have like cross-stitching fair. I'm not aware there is one, because most of the fairs that I know in London, mostly mixed bag, you know, like a craft fair or sewing, I don't know, stitching fair. I think there should be one that is aimed at cross-stitching. Let me have a look. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. Oh, those two. Okay, 938. 938. 938. Samantha says just like a fair with oh, fun fair. Right. So how do you manage to buy craft stuff from a fun fair? 938. How did that happen? 938. Right. How nice. Samantha says, I did get to try weaving on a big machine. It was cool. Weaving on a big machine. So it's a fun fair with animals and stuff. How did you manage to have craft related stuff? I'm confused. What kind of fair was that? Oh, it's an antique village. That sounds nice. And you got some yarn with you. That sounds like great fun. I remember I went to Paris. I think I went with my mom on that trip, and there was a local fun fair, you know, like a really small fair with just like a big wheel thing that you can ride, and it kind of, you know, it moves really slowly, so it looked harmless. And my mom goes, should we go on that thing? And, you know, I'm normally afraid of height, but I looked at that wheel and it's quite small. It literally looks like someone is pushing that wheel to make it move. It didn't look very high tech. So I go, yeah, sure, that looked okay. It didn't look like, you know, it was going to be very high up. And I was totally wrong. We got on there. I started to have a panic attack. Literally, I had a panic attack. And my mom was she was terrified. She never seen me going through like that. I was just hyperventilating. And so the wheel started turning, so they couldn't stop it. And there was no way to communicate with people on the ground. And the weird thing is, when I looked up from the ground level, I looked at the wheel. It didn't look very high at all. But when I was on there, it looked like I was about to fall. It looked like, I don't know, I was terrified. And so I had to take a deep breath, well, very deep breath. I have literally bite my lips. And that wheel just went on forever. It was probably like 3 minutes, but it was the longest, well, maybe a bit longer. It was the longest 5 minutes in my life. And so that was my, fun experience with the fun fair in France. Amanda says our street fairs often have rides, a small concert stage, and food vendors and craft vendors. Really? We do have a kind of a green area where I live, and sometimes in the summer they will have like outdoor concerts or outdoor cinema. You know, people sit on the grass to watch a movie or something outdoor. But I've never seen anything to do with crafts. It's just not a thing over here. Most of the time you have foods and stuff like that and drinks. But I've never seen any sort of craft related thing. Lynn says my friends and I went to London. Cross-stitch magazine show. Really? And she says we were late coming out, so we had to hurry for the train. Our poor friend tripped and fractured her foot, so we missed the train. Oh no, that is disastrous. And fracture her foot. Did you take her to the hospital? Oh, that's terrible. And I've never heard of a cross-stitch magazine show. What do they do there? Is it like a craft fair? Well, I hope at least you had a great time at the show. Oh dear. So what happened? Did you have to stay overnight in London if you missed the train? That's disastrous. I think maybe in smaller towns or maybe even villages in the UK, there are probably a lot of smaller kind of craft fair going on. But in London, I'm really not aware of anything like that. You know, we have flea market, but if you go to flea market in Portobello, for instance, that's probably the biggest one. I can't recall. I can't really recall anybody selling craft-related stuff. Maybe some old yarn that people selling, you know, alongside other things, but not like craft-specific vendors. I can't recall. But then again, I haven't been for ages. I don't know. There must be people stitching or knitting. Rachel says, I've gone to one retreat. I wanted to go to the aquarium because I don't have one at home aquarium. And no one wanted to go with me. I wanted to look at fish or maybe some calamari. And they wanted to stay indoor and stitch. Oh, right. So we went to a fair, we went to a retreat, stitching retreat. Of course, if you go to a stitching retreat, you want to stay in and stitch with other people. But Rachel wanted to go and look at seafood and no one wanted to go with her. And is it one day or is it overnight? Because some people, there's some retreats that are more than one day, isn't there? Like a weekend or something. That's quite brave though. Because, you know, if you've never been to stitching retreat before, which I'd never done it, overnight stay is a little bit risky. I don't know. Just stuck with a whole bunch of people you don't know. Rachel says, I learned that I can't go to a retreat because I want to do all the touristy things and no one wants to do. Well, I mean, retreat is probably not the best choice if you want to do sightseeing. It's like if you go to a yoga retreat. I don't know. I nearly went to one in India, but then COVID kind of hit. And but I suspect you're probably staying in wherever it is you're staying most of the time doing yoga. And I think stitching is probably that as well, because the whole point of going to a stitching retreat is you want to stitch with other people. I think Rachel should, maybe you should just go on a holiday, like a normal holiday. Rachel says, I want to see the place I'm visiting. I can stitch at home. And it was 4 days. Well, but the thing is, if you think that you just want to visit, a place and you can stitch at home, why would you go to a stitching retreat? I think people go to a stitching retreat is because, you don't often find people stitching with you. I think. And it was 4 days as well. Oh dear, that's a nightmare. I think if you go somewhere and you don't like the people there for whatever reason and you're stuck for 4 days, that would be a nightmare. But if you like them, maybe that's great. Lynn says the Cross Stitch magazine show was at Olympia. Yes, that's the Kensington High Street, well, West Kensington. And she says, we stayed the night at a hotel. Yogi, do you have Cross Stitch magazine? Well, I have bought, I don't know if I bought magazines that's cross stitch specific. I used to buy Molly Makes. I don't know whether they're still around. I don't know whether Lynn has bought Molly Makes. It's kind of a general craft magazine, so it's kind of revolving around knitting, stitching, sewing, whatever it is, embroidery, all sorts, and it's quite a nicely made magazine. I don't know if I have bought a magazine just for cross stitching, so that's probably a no. But I didn't know they do shows and stuff like that. That's very nice. And was it good? And what do they do at the show? There are probably quite a few cross-stitching magazines. I never really bought them because I normally just stitch kits, like dimensions or whatever it is. And to be honest, up to COVID, around COVID time, cross-stitching was just one of the many, many things I did craft-wise. I was mostly a knitter up to that point. So I probably have a lot more knitting magazines, than cross-stitching. Rachel says it was 4 days stitching till midnight. What? And she says, I was getting antsy, stitching till midnight. So they literally just sit there. What about food? Who is supplying food? So if you go to a retreat, do they have like a canteen or something? Or they give you food? Wow, that's very intense. Rachel? Did you know anybody there? Because if you just go on your own and if you don't if you don't get along with the people there, that's trouble for 4 days. And I stitch until midnight. That's very hardcore. I mean, I stitch for 4 hours a day. That's enough for me most days. Maybe Lona would be, perfect for that. 3858. 3858. That's quite a gamble, isn't it? And that's what I thought as well when I signed up for the yoga retreat in India. First of all, I've never been to India. And also, there's a lot of preparation you have to do. You have to get shots. You have to plan the journey. And it was in the middle of nowhere. I have no idea, in terms of locations in India. Total stranger, never been there before. And I had to plan the flights. So I think it's in quite a remote village, like an island or something. And you have to fly to a bigger city. I can't remember where it was now, and then transfer to a smaller plane. And I'm scared of flying anyway. And smaller planes is like my ultimate nightmare because it shakes quite a lot. So you can probably tell how much I wanted to go to that retreat in order to put up with all of that. But lo and behold, COVID hit, so everything was cancelled. And but when I signed up the retreat, I was slightly worried because I went there by myself. It's not one of the things that you can take someone with you because it's quite expensive, and you have to really want to do yoga, and also you need to have the budget to do it as well. And but I was worried that I was going to get stuck there for I think it's 10 days with a whole bunch of people I didn't know. I like the teacher, so I knew the teacher, not personally, but I knew him. That's why I wanted to go. But other than that, no idea. I could have hated it. 3858, because you're stuck with, the same group of people for 10 days. 3858. And just drawing sort of experiences from the past when I had to do yoga teacher training, that kind of stuff. Not lived in, okay? So yoga teacher training is like you travel there for a period of time. Even then, even that can be quite intense because you are getting trained with a whole bunch of people you've never met before. Some you get along, some you're kind of not quite sure, but you kind of spend a lot of time together. And even that was intense. And we weren't living in the same place. You get to go home. But even that was challenging. So retreat is pretty risky. Rachel says, I thought I would stitch more, but a touristy bug got me. I wanted to see and do stuff. I don't think you're made for a stitching retreat, Rachel. Let's face it. Just go on holiday. Yes, if you're happy just stitching at home. Amanda says you go to stitch with other people. You can vacation anytime. Exactly. But I think stitching till midnight for 4 days is a little bit intense, isn't it, Amanda? That's a bit much. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. Before I started streaming and stitching with all of you, I did crave for, a little bit of a stitching companion as well, just to prove that I wasn't the only person, into this kind of stitching. But even, with that, I don't think I would commit to 4 days of intensive stitching. with a whole bunch of people I don't know. Michelle says, I used to own a retreat center and it was great fun. We had ladies that would come 4 times a year, stay from Wednesday to Sunday. What kind of retreat? Is it just general retreat or is it stitching related? I kind of vaguely remember Michelle mentioning that she's got a retreat business. Is it like just general holiday retreat? And do they do yoga and stuff? Oh, sounds like fun. Maybe Michelle can run one for everybody. Michelle says, I can't afford a vacation, so that's my vacation. But the thing is, though, is that cheaper to go to retreat? So stitching retreat. And also because the goal is to stitch together, location-wise, they probably, I don't know, they probably focus on somewhere that you can stay indoor rather than outdoor, right? But I can see, I think I know what you mean, because if you go somewhere, that's kind of interesting, even though you're there for stitching. It's kind of a shame if you don't get to do a little bit of, sightseeing or whatever. Amanda says, I still buy Cross Stitcher magazine whenever I can get it. Oh, so that's the magazine, is it? Cross Stitcher magazine. I think there were a few over here, but I just never really bought them because I prefer kind of a general craft magazines. It's more diverse. Passion, hello Passion. Passion says, hello everyone. I subscribe to the world of cross stitching. Amazing. Yes, but that kind of magazines, they tend to have kind of a smaller designs, isn't it? They just to keep you entertained, like a little pattern here and there, and probably not full coverage, right? Do they even mention full coverage stitching? Not this type of stitching. I mean, that's why I just never heard of it until COVID time. Just by accident, I discovered it. I don't think cross stitch magazines mention this type of stitching at all, because it's probably too intimidating for most casual stitchers. They probably go, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Jojo is with Rachel then. She says, Rachel, with you, I like to take at least a day to see local site. I retreat. I cannot stitch for 4 days without getting antsy. Yes, I think 4 days indoors, stitching till midnight is a bit much. It's a bit much, I like stitching just like the next person, but I think it would be quite nice to combine a little bit of a walkabout, to the local area, maybe have a meal or something, doing something different. I think with yoga retreat as well, I don't think you just stay in and do yoga all day long. You probably get to go to places sometimes. But there are quite a lot of one-day retreat, yoga retreats. I think one-day stitching retreat sounds good. Staying overnight, it requires a little bit of commitment. But I think one day retreat would be very nice. You just, start up early, maybe have breakfast together and stitch a little bit. You can introduce yourself and then have some lunch. Maybe there's some, nice, wholesome food supply to everyone, and you can chat over lunch. And maybe a spot of yoga. I always turn into a yoga retreat. And then sit down and stitch until maybe dinner time and people go home. That sounds quite nice. I bet you probably make a lot of new friends like that. I think after 4 days, you probably don't like anyone there anymore. You're just fed up and want to go home. Samantha says, did anyone else flip through the Dimensions magazine? La Rene posted in a group. What is Dimensions magazine? Well, she posted a video, a YouTube video. I didn't see the magazine. Is there a Dimensions magazine? Is there just such a thing? Michelle says, I would cook for my guests 3 meals a day. Some of the ladies would stay up sewing all night. So it's a sewing retreat, is it? How nice. So you basically have supply them accommodations, and it's a little bit like some sort of B&B, isn't it? The owners would cook the meals for the guests, and then they go out skiing or doing whatever and come back. That sounds lovely. Why did you stop doing it? I bet it's probably a lot of work, isn't it? Because you have to maintain the place, you have to cook, do the catering. But that sounds quite nice. That sounds so nice. But if everybody's sewing, are we talking about a sewing machine? It's going to be quite loud. Maybe hand sewing. Lynn says, at the show, lots to buy. I bought the Statue of Liberty for my birthday, which I've completed the piece. Oh, you mean like a stitching pattern? There were a lot of workshops, very interesting, and we loved it. That's so nice. I didn't know that. So it's cross-stitch specific. That's very interesting, because a lot of craft shows, they're mostly just a mixed bag of everything. And majority of stuff is like knitting related. I mean, it's fine if you like knitting, but if you want more for cross-stitching, most of the time you're probably disappointed. And how often do they do that? It's like every year. Are they still doing it? Amanda says, I've gone to knit crochet convention and a sewing retreat. I intensively stitch every day. I would find 4-day retreat just stitching to be awesome. Wow. Yes, that's quite intense. For 4 days, just sitting there stitching. Lucy says, I just got in and put the stitch. Pattern Keeper, you mean? Pattern Keeper app on my computer and downloaded like Kitty PDF. Are you using a PC or are you using a I think there's a PC version, isn't it? Pattern Keeper. I'm not sure. And Lucy says, I'm so excited to get going. It's 14 count Ada, and I'm going to draw the 10 by 10 squares like you do, yogis. Yes, grid it. You have to grid. Do not do like the aliens, okay? Those non-gridders. They're way too scary. And grid, it will help you. And make sure you count to 10, okay? Not 9 or 11. And Lynn says, Yogi, I was watching a girl doing yoga from her narrow boat. She streams. She streams it. She was doing it on a boat? That's really narrow. Wow. Yes, I suppose, because yoga, as long as you have the space of a mat, if you measure the size of a yoga mat, if you have the mat, you can pretty much do yoga. You're not going to, you will be fine. Because a lot of classes I teach, they're quite, not crowded, but quite packed. But all you need is have the space of the mat. You can do yoga. And Michelle says, we have quilters, scrapbookers, cross-stitchers. What's a scrapbookers? Is it just like a collage on a book? I never quite understood it. And cross-stitchers, ladies' church groups. The ladies form a great community. That sounds so nice. So just any kind of craft that you can just get together and do. That sounds wonderful. That sounds wonderful. I quite like the idea of, cross-stitch only, but just a general craft is quite nice as well, because you get to see what everybody's doing in flesh, isn't it? And I think majority of people, they probably don't really have close, friends necessarily doing the same craft as them. So it's quite a bonding experience with people just doing crafts like you do. I think, Michelle, you should reopen the retreat. And I think, a lot of yoga retreats are done like that as well, particularly one-day retreat. Literally, it's yoga teacher. They run, they lead the retreat throughout the day, different activities, a bit of yoga, sometimes a bit of meditation, and maybe some, talks or whatever. But a lot of times, the yoga teacher would actually cook for you as well. Nothing too fancy, maybe pre-prepared or some sort of just kind of wholesome vegan food or something. And it's quite nice. It's like, you don't get to have your yoga teachers cooking for you that frequently. So it's a nice experience. Passion says there's some full coverage projects in world of cross-stitching. Really? Maybe smaller pieces, right? So they just offer the charts in a magazine, because the magazine, okay, I think you can probably break into different pages. That's interesting. I've never come across full coverage cross-stitching being mentioned anywhere in any kind of craft magazines or stitching magazines that I've read. I've never heard it being mentioned. I think they probably just reckon it's too intimidating for most people. I think magazines, they tend to kind of be as general as possible, isn't it? They try to attract everybody. Mm-hmm. Let me just move up. I'm kind of falling off the screen. Oh wow. Yes, Michelle, you definitely should do it again. Samantha says, I went to Young Con. Oh, it's in convention in Chicago 1 year for my birthday. Spent too much money there. Yes, I think most of the conventions, event, the main goal is to sell you stuff, to get you to buy, which is quite nice. If they have a lot of nice stuff. When I went to the craft fair, just post-COVID, I was so disappointed. I went there ready, with my wallet. I wanted to buy something, do some damage. But I just couldn't find anything to buy because it's all very general kind of craft stuff. I was hoping to get some fabric, some linen for stitching, but nothing like that. It's just very random. And I think it's one of the biggest, craft fairs in London as well. So it was a little bit rubbish. Let me do this one here. Amanda says there are articles about full coverage in cross-stitch magazines and several put occasional small full coverage pieces in their magazines. Full coverage isn't what I do most of. I never come across that. I think, for general sort of craft magazines, when they mention cross-stitching, they give you a little kind of a small design or, something like that. And none of them, I can't recall any full coverage pieces. They normally just give you like a cute little thing to stitch. So that's what I knew, my understanding of what cross-stitching was. Samantha says, I would love to go on a retreat. Would you go on a 4-day retreat though? I think 1 day is kind of nice, isn't it? And maybe you get to know some people there, and eventually maybe you can go to longer ones with them. Because if you go to a longer one, you want somebody that you're going to like and get along, for 4 days. Seriously. Amanda says, I went to Williamsburg, VA, for a sewing. Where is that? For a sewing, a VA as in state, maybe? For sewing thing weekend. Sewing thing weekend. Only saw the hotel and where we sold. Amanda says, that's way too many things to do. I manage one thing a day. What are we talking about? Oh, the way I illustrate the retreat. Really? Well, you're just eating and chatting with people. That's it. Have a little walk. That's not too much. Oh, Samantha says there was a link to Dimensions catalog. Right. Is that to do with the YouTube video? I didn't notice the link. I watched the video of that lady talking, but still as clear as mud. I don't know. It's inconclusive what happens to Dimensions at the moment. So they have a new catalog of 2026 on their website. Okay. I need to have a look. And are there nice patterns? So Catherine, I think Renee posted something, a video of a lady talking about some new development of Dimensions, because I've been wondering, I was just talking about it on Wednesday, in terms of what's going to happen to them. So sounds like they have a new catalog. I have not seen it. Hopefully it's positive. They're looking to, do something about the company. They have to. It's just too good to just let it go. And, you know, that type of patterns they do is timeless. They can create a pattern that people will stitch the pattern for decades. 918, 918. Amanda says, dimensions were picked up by somebody else when they were sold in business. 1, 2, 3 stitch is about to get new kits in. 1, 2, 3 stitches. Yes, because the last time I checked, they were owned by this company. I think they just buy companies. You know, sometimes the companies out there, they just buy companies in trouble. I don't know whether they moved on from there. Oh, Rachel. Rachel says the catalog may be for suppliers, not for public. Interesting. But if it's for suppliers, it means eventually it's going to be sold to consumers, to regular people. Lynn says we had VIP tickets, so we met a lot of the designers and had lunch. Oh, very fancy, Lynn. That's nice. Michelle says, I had it for 10 years, retreat center and quote shop. Because you still have the online shop, don't you, Michelle? And so it's quoting focused. Wow, that's such a nice combination because, you know, through the retreat, you can probably market, well, you can sell the, you know, the items from the quote shop as well. And Michelle says we run different retreats, 3 weeks out of each month. Wow. So that's pretty much ongoing. And it was a lot of work. I loved it, but it was missing a lot of my boys' activities. I bet. Because particularly, well, can you not employ people to do it? So you don't have to be there all the time, right? Because it's such a lovely idea. Because occasionally, you know, people run retreats here and there, but I have never heard of like a professionally run, like, you know, constantly, like a permanent location that you can go for that kind of stuff. Yeah. Where am I? Here. All right, all right. Found it. Lucy says, I have a Google Chromebook laptop. Okay, so you're gonna work you're going to work with the chart using a laptop. I think that's fine. Yes, you can use a mouse or trackpad or whatever. It's the same. I mean, tablets or, you know, mobile devices, it's a little bit more tactile. You can just touch it. But I think the laptop is perfectly fine. Rachel says, I can imagine you cooking kale for everyone, Yogi. You know, I was so close at running a one-day retreat, but then all the planning and everything, I'm just not, you know, I'm just not very organized like that. I'm perfectly good because I've been hired to teach at retreats, which is very nice. But it's easy for me. I just go as a teacher, and you know, I don't have to do anything, and they fed me. You know, I get a gift back and everything. But to run a retreat, even just for one day, there's just so much involved. I actually looked into it last year. I wanted to do a day retreat in London, And but all the organizations with, you know, the locations, the props, you know, the studio, whatever it is, and organizing to be able to allow people to book to come to the retreat. It's just so much work. So eventually I put the idea of maybe in the future, if I could get maybe partner with another teacher and split the work. But otherwise, you know, it's a lot of work, even just for 1 day retreat. And, you know, and also it, my plan was to cook something for the students as well. And I actually had an idea. I wanted to cook some sort of veggie curry, you know, with lentils, maybe some kale, you know. And the great thing about curry is you can make the curry beforehand, and you can take the entire pot, you know, to the venue, which is another operation, and warm it up, and you can serve it to everyone, and that would be quite nice. But you know, because some venues, they have kitchen, so you can warm up in the oven and stuff like that. So I went as far as knowing exactly what I would like to do for the retreat, but it's just there's so much work. So at this stage, I'm not able to do it. But I love to do it. Lynn says, Yogi, I'm strange because I saw a sewing machine. I saw a sewing machine, and my friend said, I really put off sewing. Maggie. Lynn, okay, listen to Yogi, you're being very silly. And I know you're not silly, Lynn. You're very cunning, okay? Stop. How about swapping friends? Can you trade your friend that made that comment to other friends and have a new friend? I think that's what you need, Lynn. We need to address the situation, okay? So, what is wrong with stitching, you know, sewing machine? It's perfectly fine. I think this bit is not correct. Is it correct? Oh yeah, it is correct. Maggie is beautiful, okay? Passion says, Yogi, do you have a newsstand that sell craft magazines? Oh, you mean like a newsagent? Yeah, they're well, even now, okay? I say even now because not many people buy paper magazines, but they're still around. If you go to a supermarket, newsagents as they were, I don't see them anymore. Do you guys in the UK? Do you still see, you know, I think, you know, they used to be like a little vendors. They sell magazines and newspapers and stuff. But nowadays, you probably don't see them anymore. But if you go to supermarkets, you still see like magazines. I don't know who buys them, but they're magazines, and I'm sure they're probably craft magazines. I mean, when I used to buy Molly Makes, which is a sort of a craft magazine, I subscribed digitally, and that was years ago. So I don't really buy physical magazines, not in a long while. But I'm sure there are craft magazines out there. Lynn says Caterpillar cross stitch do a retreat every year. You have to book early, very popular. Where do they do it then? Do they pick like a nice location, like a cottage somewhere or something? I bet they can probably do that. But then again, their clientele, they are more sort of, you know, regular cross stitchers. They're not full coverage stitchers. You know, because if you look at the type of patterns they do, they're aiming at kind of casual stitches, you know, just like to do smaller pieces, that kind of stuff. But I bet they can probably do a retreat very well. Oh my God, it's nearly 1 o'clock. What happened to time? Seriously? Serious? This is nearly 1 o'clock. I had no idea. Oh, it's like this every day, isn't it? It's like I'll check the time, it would be like 11:30. And the following time I check is always nearly 1 o'clock. So Colleen says I used to collect a Cross Stitch Go magazine. They're a British magazine with smaller full coverage pieces. They're defunct now. Right, so it's a Cross Stitch Go. I bet there are probably quite a lot of cross stitching magazines around. And yes, they tend to be smaller pieces because they're kind of aiming at general public. You know, they don't want to become too niche and alienate some stitchers. Right, guys, have a look. I have no idea. It's nearly 1 o'clock. As usual, I lost track of time. So with my Pokemon here, let me just zoom out a little bit. I just happened to finish my last bit of thread there. So today, look, not bad. And, you know, I made the tail a little bit bigger. And this is the squirrel's bottom here, okay? So this tail will go up, curl up a little bit, and the head is literally just here. So I'm not too far away from stitching the little squirrel's sleepy face. And see you later, Michelle. And so I am going to show you. And tomorrow I've got relatively early classes as well, so I probably need to head to bed. But let me show you my stitch count, okay? It's not going to be like Amanda or Lona kind of stitch count, okay? But I am going to show you what I've done today. Let's have a look. And I think the retreat idea is really good. Who knows? Maybe a yoga stitching retreat. That would be two of my favorite things. All right, let me show you my progress today. And thank you, Monique. You haven't seen my stitch count yet. And I'm going to count down to 3, 2. Oh, Monique says 220. Yes. And 1. I'm going to show you the number. And let's have a look. Oh, hey, Monique, you know, have a look. And everyone, I think Yomari has a little visit here. Lynn says 2:30, too late. Plus 100, how's that? Not bad today. Yogi's done really, really well. The grand total of stitches Yogi has done today is 373. Yeah. When was the last time I stitched this many? I know, Monique. Wow, says Monique says. I know. I'm surprised because when Monique says 220, I'm thinking maybe 280. I was thinking 280, and lo and behold, it's nearly 100 on top. Yes, definitely. When it comes today, luckily, not very confetti. And also, I'm doing cross country, okay? So I can just wander wherever I go. Very, very happy. I mean, 373 is like nearly 4 blocks. That's nearly 4 blocks I've done today. Very pleased. And Lucy says, I put a picture of me in my Maggie shirt on our Facebook group. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, definitely. And thank you guys, everyone. And thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Monique and Samantha, and all of you joining me today. And Yogi's heading to bed, okay? Yes, thank you, Lona. Not quite 700 and whatever stitches you've done for warm-up, okay? This is this is as far as I can go. And so tomorrow is Sunday, and hopefully, oh no, it's not Sunday. I get confused every time because this is I stitch across midnight. So very often when I look at the computer, it says next day. No, tomorrow is Saturday. Okay, so we're back here for our Amy Sao tomorrow. Okay, so get ready, and I'll meet you here, same time, same place, and for a bit of yogi time. So until tomorrow, have a great day and night ahead. I'll see you tomorrow. Night night, everyone. Love you all. Bye bye.